Oh, it took longer than I wanted it to. No more technical difficulties. You're live. Ow. Took a while, but we're here. Hopefully I'll be able to get it going. Everything is really, it was raining last night and today, but I got a lot of wood, like dry stuff that I saved and hid. I will show you my wood. That's the really dry stuff, and that's my big ass pile. I figured I'm not going to be able to go out tonight to get a lot of wood, so because it's kind of icy and very slippery, so it is what it is. Yeah, I think I got enough to last maybe, hopefully 5-6 hours. Want to have a nice fire tonight. It's wet, but the dry stuff right there, that's all really, that wood is very dry, so it's gonna go up no problem, except for the big stuff there. It's a little bit damp, but once it's going. That the stuff beside it will start no problem. That pile there is dry enough. Once it's going, that'll have no problem burning. In fact, it'll go up in flames, and I've got my little thing ready to go. Hopefully I get it going in one shot today. Oh, yeah, I didn't do it all in one shot this time. Like I figured it would be. I hope so. I enjoyed just having fires and chilling. I did it the smart way this time. I didn't gather everything in one day like I did the previous ones. Every time I left, I grabbed a little bit and stashed it up this big hill here. This is a big... I stashed it right behind that tree there. Thank you from... Well, you're from Poland. That's cool. Greetings. Yeah, the fire was going to start maybe 45 minutes once it gets a little bit darker out. Get it going and figure out how to have this fire. Because I got this little janky setup on my backup battery. And see the comments. I don't know how the heck I'm going to do that. And once it starts, again, as long as I don't make it too big like I did the first one, where I had about the same amount, almost the same amount of what I did right now, as long as I don't make it huge and burn through everything in an hour, I should be good to go for about 8 hours. Well, I spent an hour bringing all of the wood together. That was pretty much it. Then I went up, had to go to the library. It's Saturday, so there's really not much for me to do. I went to the library, charged my backup battery. Needed something to dinner, so went to the grocery store and got hot dogs. That was my day today, but that's Saturdays for you. It's not much for me to do when you're outside, and especially when it's been a rainy day for the last couple of days. And I didn't get much sleep last night either. I'm kind of tired, but I know I'm going to sleep well tonight after this fire. I would sleep really well for like a week after if I had a nice big fire. And it's not going to be too cold tonight. It's not going in the negatives like it did last time. So I'm pretty much back to normal. I'm walking without a limp anymore. That's a good thing, but there's still a little bit of tightness, but no pain. I'd say give me another week and it'll be back to normal. Camp is good. The camp is safe. I had to move it again. Moved it a little bit further, closer to the highway, even closer to the highway. It's a long story about the passport. It's hard to get a passport when you don't got a residency to have it delivered. But it's not just the passport. Is I technically I have dual citizenship. And I've got the paperwork processing with the embassy, and who knows. But there's also the fact I can't really leave Canada right now. Got that thing with my disability pension because I have seizures and I have a degenerative condition that's gonna 20 years time from now I'm not gonna be able to move my hands. I'm gonna be in a wheelchair. So I'm waiting for my disability. Then when I've got that coming in, I can go anywhere. The sky is the limit. What I am hoping, I don't need many more, but I got to get a couple 100 more hours on YouTube, and that'd be cool. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to make the live chat available. I don't have that. I believe I might not even have that option. There's a lot of options for the streams I don't have just yet because I'm not monetized, and those get unlocked when you get monetized. There's weird people walking by. It's still daylight, so there's still people coming and going. And she's just weird. Yeah, no, it's still daytime-ish for another 20, 30 minutes, so there's still a lot of people passing by. And once the people stop, the fire is going to start. And I think it's going to start a lot really quickly this time because everything is wet. And I figured I'm going to have to do this the easy way. So I found a bunch of this cardboard. And my fire is all stoked up and ready to go. And using these, found one of those reusable bags that are like polyester. They melt like right away and burn like no tomorrow. So when it does start, I'm thinking it's just going to go kapoof. Oh yeah, you are probably missing out a lot on the chats. Definitely you are. It's what we had like 30 people here last one we did like this, and we were all just chatting, and there a lot goes on in the chats, a lot of jokes within the chats. It's kind of fun and cool, but who knows once this fire gets started. Ooh, teenagers, this is going to be interesting. Weather's warm. It's not going to be cold anymore. Right now it is 6. It's going down to 3. All this week it's like 15 Celsius. The weather here is screwed up. So there's no. It's warm. There's teenagers over there. I'm going to show you them. Teenagers. See, teenagers. They're evil. It's been weird, like 35 years old, going on 36, and this is my entire life the absolute most mild winter I've ever experienced. Gonna turn on some the backlight and turn out the power saving. Yeah, this has been the absolute mildest winter I've ever experienced. It's been crazy, man. Global warming, Canada is the new California. It's March 1st. Usually we have snow right up towards the end of March here. There has been more green this year. There's been more ground than snow. We've had maybe 1 week where we had snow stay on the ground. After that, we've had nothing. No, it's madness. They're saying though the people who deny climate change, man, take a look up here in Canada. Come up here in Toronto. If doesn't say there's climate change, I don't know what is. And now look at California. You guys are getting snow when you shouldn't be. Texas gets snow. They should not be getting snow. But who cares? No, it's crazy, man. Like, I'm assuming you're like Toronto. Right up until I'd say I was in my 20s. Winters here are brutal. Like crap. I still remember the year that we had to call in the army because the snow piled up so bad. We always had like what on the ground by the end of the before it all melted. The snowbanks were like 6-7 feet tall, just from the accumulation. And we haven't had. People say, "Oh, at least it's been a wet winter." It hasn't been a wet winter. I tell you that I'm out here 24 hours a day. It's not that wet. We've had rain, actual rain, in the last. We've had snowfall. We've had 3 actual snowfalls where it stayed on the ground. And that didn't even last more than 4 or 5 days. Then it was gone. After that, we've had 4 days of rain. And a typical year, when it's normal, we would get a month of where it snowed at least twice a week, 3 times a week, from like October. By Halloween, there's snow on the ground. October, November, December, January, February, right up until the end of March, there should be snow on the ground. But we don't have that. Terrifying. And yet, Alberta, they're getting record lows temperature. Right now in Alberta, it's minus 40. I'm in a hoodie. And I'm about to have a campfire in the middle of winter. Towards the end of winter. Close enough. I'm not a big fan of summer. I don't mind the cold. The heat's always gotten to me, but last summer was really brutal for a lot of people. Last summer was hot. And this summer is going to be hot again. This summer is going to be worse. And not to mention is we're about to experience unbelievable famine in North America. The states are going to be hit hard because look in Louisiana, where they've had record low droughts, where they do their crayfish farming and a lot of their agriculture. They're having record low rains. We're having the driest winter in Ontario ever, and that's right up into the green belt. I'm actually scared the way this has been, because the months from from June, July, August, September, October are when a lot of the produce for the country is from Canada, where we don't order much from out of country. And if we have crop failures this year, you think the food prices are bad now? It's going to triple what it is, which is terrifying. I want to get this fire going right now so bad, but it's not time. Need another. Yeah, tonight I'm not going to be getting more wood at all. Not one trip. It's kind of too wet out, and if I fall, I'm screwed. I can't hurt myself again. I think I've got enough if I just keep it easy. I got some decent big stuff and everything is dry, so some of it's wet, but it should last a while. This is the worst part of the stream. Usually it's going to pick up after the fire starts. So this is the boring part. So if you're bored, check back in 30 minutes. I'll have a fire going by then. Me too. It's just started. We don't have the fire going. We're going to have a big bonfire in about 30 minutes. I know him. I should go say that. Yeah, no, it's going to get better as time goes on. Usually it really picks up. This is only the third one, but usually picks up at about, I'd say 8:30, 9 o'clock. That's when people start really getting active, and we'll have 50 to 100 people here. A lot of chatter. It's fun. This is the before the fire. Again, I think I got enough wood to last. I'll show anybody else. There's the really big stuff that's kind of dry. That's dry enough that I grabbed today on my way down. That's the stuff I grabbed the day I stashed. And that's also the stuff I stashed. So that's going to be the main burn pile. This is the long burning extended big stuff. That's the stuff to build coals and heat. Born and raised. I was born and raised in Toronto. And that's pretty much a yes. For God's sakes, I went to school at a school called East York. Shitty school. When I went to it, it was a shitty school. We had a lot of gang wars. I'm not happy with Toronto. Like I talked about this not too long ago. I'm still here. That I want to go up north. I found some land on unincorporated land, like the Thunder Bay area, that like someone bought 500, 1,000 acres, and then he sells off small portions of it by acre where you own it, but it's a community kind of deal. And you buy an acre for $500. There's no building permits required. And you can go there, buy a small pop-up house, and you can get phone service, like through Rogers, throw an antenna on your roof. Got the internet, some solar panels. That's my dream once I get my ODSP, because they owe me like $50,000. I could easily get the land, throw $500, maybe $1,000 down to get 2 acres, maybe even $2,000 to get 4 square acres, 2 square acres, like 4 acres of land. Spend $3,000-4,000 on a pop-up house, like one of the prefabs, and another $8,000 on the solar panels, so you'll always have power. $1,000 on a generator to get some fuel, some chickens, and put in the garden. I think it does sound cool. That would be the life. Like, I don't need much in the size of a house. A 1-room little living quarters is enough I'd need, and then literally 5 minutes away there's a lake, and there's 3,000 acres of crown-owned lands, the best fishing in the country. Because, yeah, in the GTA, you'll never own a home. What you get in the GTA for $1 million is a rundown piece of shit. That you have to soak it thinking of to get it livable, $100,000. Yeah, like there's a few communities up near that area, Thunder Bay area, $500 for an acre of land. You'll never have power, and your toilet situation is you'd have to put it in either an incinerator or compost it. But if you have a nice compost heap, just do an outhouse and empty it into that heap once a week. And every year, all the crap from you will die. There'll be some good fertilizer for you to make grow some veggies. That's why I want to do either chickens or bunnies. Rabbits, if you're doing a meat animal, are cheaper to raise, and the protein quality is a lot better. But with chickens, you get eggs. If you have like maybe 12 chickens, you'd only need not even 12 female chickens, 6 chickens, and maybe a flock of rabbits that take 2 months to grow to maturity. You get like 4 breeder rabbits. They have 6 bunnies each. And you got meat all year round. It's just my problem is I might have a hard time, ending the bunny. I like rabbits a lot. But, they're cheap to raise. You just let them forage. Even then, you can get like hay, like bushels of Timothy hay that they can eat, and pellets for like nothing. Even then, especially in the province of Ontario, we've got this tree called the black walnut tree. An amazing tree. One of the most nutritious nuts you can get are the black walnuts, and they're everywhere. Like where I am, I can see 3 of the trees for black walnuts. They look like they kind of look like a lemon or a lime, but there's a real big pit on the inside that you can crack. They're walnuts, but they taste kind of like a green apple. Yeah, or if I got some sort of income, just there's a lot of guys up there that'll do it. You give them $5 per animal, and they'll dispatch it, skin it, and then if you know how to tan like rabbit hide, you can make your own version of bugs. Ooh, Bugs Bunny. You can make your own like rabbit fur Uggs and sell the hides. What do you mean exploded? Oh, definitely. Like when I've got a place, what happened at the Tim Hortons? Tell me. I can't check the news right now. And yeah, definitely. Like that's one thing I'd love to do is if I got my own spot like that, I would have an open invite anybody. Just send me an email, and I just screwed up my phone, and I would. Anybody would have an open invite. Just bring yourself up there and maybe pitch a tent, or I would maybe either build something or get some super small pop-up tents for like a $500, like the pop-up houses, and anybody who wanted to come up to chill for like a month would be more than welcome. Yeah, and well, like where I want, there's so many moose there. Go hunting for moose at the right time of year. If you know how to make jerky, which I do, you're set for meat for a year, maybe even longer. And if you cook moose right, a 1,000-pound animal, and like 900 pounds of that is meat. Like where I was looking at, go on to Kijiji, you might find some. But in Ontario, like it's all near Crown land, and it's got like the greatest fishing ever. You pop your rod and your bait in the water, you're coming out with a really nice walleye. Fuck yeah, that would be kind of cool. Like, get some. That'd be really cool, especially in the area. You get 4 acres, put 4 or 5 small cabins there. Not even rent them out, or even rent them out for like $100 a week, just so people can get away. Where you gotta bring everything yourself, and it's very rugged. Or just like, if this channel goes off, because now it is really starting to grow. If you haven't noticed the analytics in my channel, everything has been really growing kind of fast. When I post a video now, they're getting thousands of views, and YouTube has estimated me being at, by the end of the year, 50,000 subs. If I have that going, I would just invite anybody who wants to come up there and stay in the cabin for up to a month. You got to bring your own food, get yourself there, but definitely, or even go further and have like a commune. And yeah, that would be banger. And the best part is, I would be okay with buying a pop-up house because they're prefab, they're ready to go, no hassle. That's for me to live in. But I could also build it because I've got construction, you know. I can build. My construction experience is like legit just driving large trucks and construction equipment, but I also know how to build. I can build like there's no tomorrow. Ooh. And I could easily put a few cabins up. And you know, that they find a really good spot and there's damn good fishing there. Just, it'd be fun, especially when you got like inviting people up there. You got like 4 or 5 people around a bonfire, do a stream up high, so you catch everybody there just chatting, chilling. And in that situation, I would even have a couple beers. Everybody just have a party, and it'd be fun. And with that, something that fun, and when people are having fun, other people will want to watch it and join in. And yeah, HVAC. You're very smart for going into HVAC. Fuck, you must be making. Jesus Christ, you're at least making $50 an hour. Like, there's no HVAC guys around anywhere. The country's shortage of plumbers, HVAC, electricians, pretty much anything in a lot of the trades. But unfortunately, like plumbers and steam fitters, you got to know someone in the union to get in the union. I'm glad you're back. Where are you tonight? Yeah, you. I think you said something about getting your license. You just got your check, and so did you get your license? A lot of the trades, there's a few ways to get into it. How you can either go to a college for the trade and then work in that trade, but you're better off going to a union like I did. If you get in with the union, they pay a lot more. And not only that, like I got into the union through co-op. Sorry, I've got I'm itchy. Ugh, why am I so itchy? I got into mine through co-op, and guy got me into the union, so they start you on an apprenticeship. If you do HVAC stuff like that through an apprenticeship, you make more money because you get in through the union. Once you're in the union, you're set for life. Smart thing to do. That's what I did. Like, you get in through the union, even the crappiest construction job, the minimum you're going to make is $100,000 a year. Fuck. When things were good for me, I was over 175. Yeah, I don't have that anymore. I'll never get that. That bitch won it. Let's not talk about her today. What did you do through the union, Dale? What was your print? I hope you completed it. Canadians, so mine in freedom money, it's 36, so 70, about 90,000 American. What did I do with that money? Oh, I bought a house. Tried to save money, but I have an ex-wife who never worked a day in her life, who spent money as fast as I made it. And then when we got divorced, because she never worked a day in her life, and they figured I would never be able to pay alimony because, you know, the seizures, she got the house. That was paid off. Any money that was left, they got it. And she got my 1975 Corvette Anniversary Edition. It was white. Oh, yeah, you don't know how we're taxed here. 129,000 Canadian, you take home 90,000. We're taxed to death. Like, we are taxed to death. Well, you're not the first person that said that. No, I'm just some hobo on the internet. I'm about to have a fire in 10 minutes. I'll light it. Yeah, no, don't worry. Everybody says I look like Queso. I looked him up finally. They will cheat on you. No. The thing is, she was very faithful for the entire marriage until I got sick, and they took my driver's licenses away because of seizures, and I couldn't work anymore. That's when she started fucking around. I would love to meet someone, but if I'm gonna, get hooked up with someone, it's got to be kind of a hippie chick, maybe a van dweller. People, the chicks that live in vans or something like that. Those are the kind of girls I like. Not, the high maintenance, really good looking woman who is all about, I don't want to talk about her. Yep, they're not worth it. Unless, she's like 96 years old, gonna die in a week, and she's also a billionaire and gonna leave you everything. Then go for it. Have fun. It might sound like, a tub of mayo, but have fun. Should I start it? Yeah, I gotta start ripping some more boxes. I'm hoping this goes up right away. Damn straight. You want to watch me have sex with a 96-year-old woman on her deathbed? Oh yeah, you guys are. That's the thing. That's what I do when the fire starts. That's where I point the camera. It's just getting it started. It's another story, and I'm just getting everything I need to start it. Hopefully, the plastic, this crap bags help. Well, if you want to watch, like, by all means. You'll see me closing my... What the fuck is this guy doing? Oh, he's running. Just running. He's just running. Yeah, I should be starting it in about 5 to 10 minutes. I think sundown time is... I'm in Canada. I think sundown time is 6 minutes after 6. I don't know if I want to wait till sundown. But yeah, hopefully I can get it going in one shot this time, because there's no chance of me going to go find any dry brush in there. Everything is wet. So I'm relying on cardboard and bags. How you doing, Grandpa? Oh, crap. I was on my way down here today after the library, and I'm not too far off of a guy named Keith, his camp. He's like 80. He's sitting down on one of the park benches, and he sees me, and he calls me over, so I start chatting with him. The man, he's 80 years old, so he don't give a fuck. The man is sitting in the middle of a park on a bench. He's got a case of 24 cans of beer, the tall cans, right beside him, and he's just sitting there chilling and drinking a beer. He calls me over to come have a beer with him, and fuck, I did. It was really fun. Oh, not much is up right now. Not much up. So, any predictions today when that troll comes in? If I've been on for a bit, he usually gets here at about 7, 8 o'clock. Oh, the man's a bit of a. He drinks a lot, but he doesn't. He lives in the woods. He doesn't care. He's here by choice now because they offered him government housing, and he's like, "No, I'm good. No, thank you." Because he's got his old age pension now. He's getting like maybe $1,500-$1,600 a month, and the man's in his 80s. If he wants to blow his brains out drinking, I don't care. Let him 80-year-old do what he wants. No, that's not the troll. The guy who keeps telling me to say fat. That's a different guy. I think he's an Arab guy who just doesn't like me. Yeah, 24 pounds. Not just the Hall boys. It was 5.9 Laker. So it was 5.9%. I think it was PBR, Pabst Blue Ribbon. So not just 24 tall cans. No, not just tall cans, but hard tall cans. And he's probably over there getting blasted right now at his camp. I don't want to talk about that. So I hit 4,000 hours. I hit 3,000 hours and tried to monetize, and they said I'm not allowed to until I hit 4,000 because I'm in Canada. It's full monetization or nothing. And that I need another 500 hours exactly to do. They don't want me to monetize yet because they're still making good money. The views I'm getting just from shorts a month, I get over 100, 200,000. They're making a few $1,000s off me per month from the shorts and the long forms and these live streams. So the longer they push it off, the more they can make. But the second I do get it, that's when the algorithm starts pushing me off. A lot of people on the yes, it does. A lot of people who do YouTube, I'm on the few subreddits, they said once you get full monetization, YouTube will push your videos out further because you've proven that you have a platform. And that's like usually your channel grows between 5 to 20 times the size. So that's in with a couple of days because they start pushing out all your older videos the second you monetize. So honestly, when it does happen, you might see me jump from 5,000 subs to 50,000 or 100,000 overnight, which would be really cool. Then I'd be making like $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 a month just from this crap. Just chatting and chilling. YouTube is a funny thing. See, some people can monetize on YouTube at 3,000 hours and 1,000 subs or 3 million short views. I hit the 1,000 subs like months ago. I hit 3,000 hours a few weeks ago. They said they gave me that option to monetize, so I took it. And they said I actually can't get that because Canada. First thing. get an actual barbecue. Very pricey, overpriced T-bone steak. A little bit of salt, pepper, garlic. And that's what I would do. That's what I want with my own place. To have an actual barbecue. Not just hot dogs over a campfire. And I sell marshmallows. Oh, no, don't say that. I'm sure you got other friends. I'm sure you got friends. I've never really cared for Montreal steak seasoning. It's got those big granulated garlic things, and when I cook a steak over an actual fire, I find it just burns it all off. That's why I'll do a little salt, pepper, and I'll salt first when it's almost done, when I got a nice little char on it. When I'm going to flip it back over, I do a little bit of pepper and granulated garlic, flip it over, pepper, granulated garlic the other side, flip it back over, and then when it's done, that's perfect to me. Or really, what I really like are get red potatoes. I like homemade red potato salad done over the barbecue. Just fry some bacon up as well, and some caramelize some red onions. Parboil the potatoes, a little bit of butter on them. Throw them on the barbecue till they're a little bit crispy and black. Throw it in some homemade mayo, bacon, onions, and some Dijon mustard. Oh, it's not fun. I clench until I can get to a gas station sometimes, where if it's really bad, I'm outside. I go by a tree. But you know, sometimes luxury is nice, so I walk to the gas station or the library. Yep. Actually, one of the best things I've ever made in my entire life was over a fire like this. And it was so simple. It was chicken, green apple, onion, red pepper, chicken, green apple, onion, red pepper over a skewer, cooked over a fire. No seasoning at first, but I basted it in, as I was cooking. When it was near done, I started basting it in homemade maple syrup and salt and pepper to finish it. And it was one of the best things I ever ate. Not bear squat. What I did was, don't laugh, but I found a rotted log that like had a hole, a big log that's like this thick through, that had a hole through the center. So I've got that set up somewhere, not too far from camp, but far enough. Kind of fun, you know, talking about shitting and where you shit as you're talking about food. And it's a first for me. Anything you do over an actual campfire is better. Like I made some broccoli with some cream cheese in it, like a few weeks back over a campfire, and the smoke got into it, and oh my god, there was no other seasoning, but it was so damn good. Weather. Yeah. We'll say in. Okay, I'm going to give you the official time. It's 5:54 right now. It gets dark at 6 minutes after 6. That fire is getting started at 5 minutes after 6, officially. And yeah, I'm hoping, start up right away. It's because it's been raining all day, but we're not going to get any rain. There's going to be no rain. It's just a little bit chilly. It won't be cold when that gets going. I got a lot of wood and Coca-Cola, not cocaine. I don't have cocaine. I got that kind of coke. That's the long burning stuff. That's the stuff to get it started. Really dry, so we'll use that. Doesn't matter. There's some itty bitty sticks in that big ass pile. Hopefully that's enough to last more than an hour. Yeah. Anywhere except I got a problem with BC. BC living is just as bad as Ontario. Same with Alberta. Prices there, you'll never get a house. Manitoba is a lot better, but the Crown land in Ontario is great. I'd never go to New Brunswick because I've been through New Brunswick over the summer when I knew everything was coming to an end. I hitchhiked from Toronto all the way to the ocean in New Brunswick, to like Fredericton. And I learned I hate New Brunswick. I stopped in a fucking weird ass town. I thought I went the wrong way because it's like Edmonton. No, Edmundston. It's a weird town. And I tried to go to a gas station. And the girl at the gas station, when I spoke English, she looked at me, rolled her eyes, and went, because she only spoke French. So I was like, fuck you, bitch. Then I went to Tim Hortons to get a coffee. And she looked at me and rolled her eyes and like, what do you want? Because I spoke English. Worst town. I don't like New Brunswick. It's too French. Even the Quebecois French. The people in Quebec aren't that asshole-ish. My sleeping bags, a knife, and my battery that I'm attached to. I don't need much. Oh, the weird thing is that in Brunswick, they speak French, but it's not actual French. Like, it's not Quebecois French. It's this weird-ass, I have intercourse with my sister French. I swear to God, everybody there was like, really. They had name tags at Tim Hortons. So there's a girl there. Her last name was like Willette. At the gas station, there was another person named Willette. There's like everybody in that town's name was like, the last name was Willette. It was such a weird small town, like 20,000 people. They're all related somehow. I don't like New Brunswick, but I will not go back. I might go to Nova Scotia to get some cheap lobster. I didn't mind Nova Scotia. They were really friendly people. Alrighty. What time is it? Hey. I like fish. I'm not a big salmon fan. I like lobster because it's very. I want to know. It's not a fishy meat. Same with shrimp. I love shrimp. But when it comes down to fish, ocean versus lake, I prefer lake fish. Like freshwater fish. I like largemouth, smallmouth bass. I'll even eat dirty pike. There's a lot of bones, but the meat tastes clean. There's no fishiness to it. Same with pickerel. It's more like meat. Or I've even had muskie. I like muskie. I've had bluegill, and yeah, that's complicated. Why I don't go to the States. It's really complicated. I'm waiting for my disability payments. If I just go to the States, what can I do? Like, my seizures will get worse. I don't have access to my medication. And I know how you guys work over there with meds and stuff. I'm not paying for my meds. It's all paid through the government because it's an essential thing to stop me from having seizures. But if I go there, I can't get access to that as well. So you'll find me walking down a highway, but not walking on the ground, just fucking season out. Howdy doodles. Hello, hello. Oh. So we're at the 5-minute countdown. We start at 5 minutes. I'm gonna have a fire in 5 minutes. The fire starts. Yeah, I'm just gonna start getting everything ready to do that. Gotta figure out how to do this. Get my fat ass over this side. I'm just gonna get everything ready to so I don't have to do too much work once we got it going. 6:24. Damn it. It looks like we're not having a fire yet. Blame him, not me. Hello. Oh shit. We're back. Sort of. Mostly. Yeah, so I don't know what happened there. my internet just went down and my phone had to restart it. It is. I'm gonna start the. Once I can get, I need to switch the phone to a different side so it can stay stable. I've got this really janky setup right now. You get one more of those, Bastion, and then I'm putting you on lockdown for a few hours. Is Stone still back? Is Stone still on? If he is, I want to make him a mod. Anybody want to be a mod? Okay, gotta figure this shit out. Okay, janky setup. I don't like to block people. Even that shit is still valuable. This is gonna take me a second to get set up. I gotta reset everything up. Ah, fuck it. This is the janky ass setup I got going on. There you go. You're a mod. And now you get a look at the sky while I try to figure this out. I think. I'm gonna put you right here for a second while I figure this out. So that didn't work. That should work, hopefully. Yeah, I'm about to start it once I get this setup fixed. I told you I got this really janky setup. And I'm trying to make it work so it doesn't, you know, look like shit. Zoom in a little bit less. Perfect! That wood, and my big hardwood. There's also this wood, but I'm not going to show you that wood. That's too much for you guys to handle. Middle of the screen. We good to go. Do I have a lighter? I didn't bring a lighter with me. I got one. And let's start. Okay. It just don't. There's only one person, like, even if they're just trolling a little bit, like that Aaron guy, that's okay. I'm fine with that. It's just that one person who's just being an outright asshole. That guy's not cool. Let's see. Get this going in one shot today. Hoping this works. Why are you out of focus? You don't need to be out of focus. Technically, it's a public park, but this is a place to actually have a fire at a public park. There we go. You can do it. You're a big, strong fighter. That's how you can do it. I think I got it the first time. Yeah, I'm at a different direction than I normally am. I'm usually facing the other way. I didn't want to drag a picnic table this way, all the way over, but yeah. Yeah, I think I got it this time. First shot. Which is unusual. People walking the dog. You know, there's only one person that really needs to be banned. Like, just someone being an outright asshole for the point of it. That's the only reason. Besides that, I'm cool with trolling it. It's funny most of the time. Squirrel! Yeah, there we're going. I hope I got it this time for a shot. Put enough bloody plastic in it to do it. Actually, yeah, that's a good idea too. I think it's going. I also got enough wood to keep it going for a big long time. It's just getting it there. The little stuff is going. I need those big logs to go so we can create some good coals, and then I can work on that pile. You know, you can actually click on open the stream so it doesn't do that, right? First time homeless is a long story, but medical issues caused this, and a bad marriage. Hasn't been that long either. First time in my life, like most of my life I was, you know, top of the world, but not so much anymore. Trying to get ODSP is a biscuit. I am planning on cooking something. Not much of anything. I have marshmallows and hot dogs because I am poor. You know, someone screwed up my fireplace a lot. Like, those are all the rocks that were there. So I just decided to go with just a backboard because I don't really care for having to set it up and reset it up every single time I have a fire. So what I got is what I got. I'm going to actually make it a little bit bigger and get it going better. Trying to start getting big stuff on. Well, my settlement should be this year. I got an appointment for the tribunal in August 6th. To be exact. More wood going on. You know, this ability takes a lot to get on. Now it is getting dark. When it happens fast. I'm surprised we were able to get the live stream back up. It was nice. I've saw a few parts of the world. I've traveled all over the country in Canada. I've been to China. It sucks. And I also went to one of those resorts in Cuba. one of the sandals places where everything is included. I didn't have fun. I'm more of a go to a lake kind of a guy. A good evening to the UK from Canada. It sounds cool. Yeah, everything sounds cool. I'll tell you, it's not fucking cool. Day one, you go there. You got to go report to the police station, just to tell them you're visiting the country, and then they're gonna come to your hotel room, and they're going to search all your shit. Why? Because it's China, and that's just the shit they do. Trying to build the fire out a little bit. I can't drive ever again. I have seizures. They took my licenses away. Major contributing factor to the homelessness. I was in construction. Drove construction equipment. You can't do that with one single seizure. I do want to go way up north of Ontario and have a small place, cheap, where I can fish all the time. Well, I don't want to live on a boat. What I would like to do is live on near Crown land where there's a really good lake, where I can go to the forest. I like being in the woods. I actually really like being in the woods, and I could build stuff and have a good time. Yep. I'll never get to drive again, and I miss driving. I had my dream car. Long story short, my aunt died when I was 21. She had an anniversary edition. I don't think it was a 1975 Corvette. It was a white one. It has sunroof, but to get the sunroof off, you physically had to unlock it from the inside to pull it off. I had that car for years. Now my ex-wife has it. God damn, I love that car. It was one of those kind of cars, if you saw, you go like, oh yeah, see that guy right there? That guy right there has a very tiny penis. I hate New Brunswick. I've been to New Brunswick. I fucking hate New Brunswick. It's too francophone, and not even real francophone. In Ontario, if you go way up north, Thunder Bay area, that's like 9-hour driving from Toronto. You can get on unincorporated land, like it was Crown land, but someone bought like 1,000 acres. You can buy a small patch of like 1 acre for $500. There's no building restrictions. You can do what the hell you want on it. That's what I want. No, again, I've been to New Brunswick. I stopped in a lot of town. Like New Brunswick, the whole population isn't of New Brunswick. It's like 80,000 people. There's more people in fucking the smallest areas of Toronto than there is in the entire province of New Brunswick. I stopped into 2 towns, and that was enough for me. And then I went into Fredericton. So I stopped in a place called Edmundston. They didn't like me very much because I was speaking English. It sucked. And I also stopped at a place called Grand Falls. They had a Walmart there, and I went in there to buy some stuff. And there's a lot of Mennonite in the area. That's way up north, is cheap, decent of Ontario. But stopped in the Walmart, and they got a lot of Mennonite working there. And she asked me, "Oh, where are you from?" I was like, "I'm from Toronto." "Oh, the city? I've always wanted to go see the city, but I really don't think it's a place I'd like to live," she said as she smiled, missing her 2 front teeth. And she was young, like 18. It's not that dark. Yeah, that's the point. New Brunswick is such a small place too. Food prices are more expensive because it's so far out of the way. If you want cheap, decent land, there's 2 real options in Canada where you actually can have a life and not just the locals screaming, "Yeehaw! We like your kind down here, boy," screaming like a piggy in French. That's New Brunswick. There's 2 places, real places you can go in Canada if you want an actual life for a decent price. And one is Manitoba. You can buy a decent house for $100K. Right? That's like a 5-bedroom place in a city with actual infrastructure. Or if you don't need the infrastructure, you go to Northern Ontario, where you're near Thunder Bay, where you can buy plots of land and live the way you want. You won't go to the city because you're still going to talk like $300,000-$400,000. Even Sudbury, you can buy a house for $200,000-$300,000. It's like 6:30, something like that. I don't know yet. I can't really check. It's not that dark. It's just past dusk. Gotta put more wood on. It's slowly moving the fire closer to me. I started it in the wrong spot. Moose Jaw. Sorry, Moose Jaw. Is that Ontario? Like, legit. Thunder Bay is the last bastion of civilization. If you go up to Ottawa and you go west on the highway, it's like 4 hours from Ottawa. Oh, Moose Jaw. I gotta move closer to this fire. It's chilly. Just a second. You're gonna feel some bumps in a second. I gotta move a picnic table. No! That should do. I was getting cold. Oh, this is nice now. Yeah, by the way, no matter what, after this wood is gone, after I've gone through everything, I'm not getting more tonight. I can't risk it. Seriously, private RV. Google it right now. Get on Kijiji. Like, Google unincorporated land, Kijiji, Ontario. And you might, if you're lucky, you'll find the ones I did. There's one for $5,000 for an acre, and it's really close to, only like 2 hours from Toronto. Same deal, there's one right near London, Ontario as well. I need a stick. I haven't eaten today. I'm gonna go find a stick to make a hot dog. Over the fire. Oh my way. Oh. That should work. So what are you guys up to tonight? I kind of wish someone would come down and join me. Fire is better with friends. That should work. Hot dog. Yeah, sure. You know what? When you come back, send me an email and we'll... Hell, I would be open to anybody coming down where I am right now, and we figure something out. Because at least down here I know I'm 100% safe. All I gotta do is scream, and I got a couple people who would come running with a bloody axe. Not a bloody axe, but it would be bloody after they came with it. I'm not too far off a couple of people I know who would gladly come run to my aid. Oh, I've never been a fan of rum. Even with the hard liquor. Funny thing is as I was telling you, My buddy, Keith, the 80-year-old guy, got a big thing of tall boys, right? He asked me to sit down and have a beer with him, and I did. I had a beer with him. And right now, thinking about cracking a beer open because he gave me 3 beers. And I'm not much of a drinker, but he said that's more than he needs, so I've got a beer. Thinking about having it, but I'd rather eat first. Because I'm a lightweight. This is my breakfast and my lunch. Also dinner. I got these like for 99 cents, and they're the kind I hate. They're the bloody hot rods. I like the ballpark franks and the cute chicken dogs. Jesus. I can't be good for you, man. It's like my dad. He used to come home and say what he would have for dinner, what he had for lunch. I always asked him what he had for lunch, and he'd say the same damn thing every time. I had a barley sandwich. Couldn't understand what he meant for years. Three beers. Yeah, I just think I might not be able to get through all this wood tonight. Holy crap. Well, I don't actually think alcohol is a bad thing per se. It makes you do stupid things, but not really. I always believe if it's something you do when you're drunk or when you've been drinking, it's something you wanted to do. It brings out, it takes away your inhibitions. So whatever you're doing when you're drunk, if you're an asshole, you're actually an asshole in real life kind of deal. They're just less holding you back from, beating the shit out of your wife. See, that's the thing. I want to live off the land. Like, a bicycle went by. That's the thing I really want to do. Like, I want somewhat of a homestead with a little bit of luxury. That's why I would buy a pop-up mini home instead of building my own. I was on that. You're talking about the Via Rail, right? I know that that train. I caught it from Fredericton to Montreal on my way back. I hitchhiked from my hot dog. I dropped my hot dogs. Damn it. Okay, we're good now. I hitchhiked from Ontario to New Brunswick, right down to Fredericton. And I'm like, I don't want to do this on the way back. And I jumped on Via Rail from Fredericton. I actually took a picture of a woman. I gave her $40 because she was going through withdrawals. She needed the shit bad. She would have died when I was in Fredericton. Actually, funny enough, that's my very first post on Reddit. Okay. My idea of homesteading, what I want to homestead with, Northern Ontario, Thunder Bay area, right near a lake like Great Bear, so I can fish all year round and stuff like that. Like that's my current dream. Gotta have. That's why I want to go where I want to go, because I know the lake's there. Gotta fish. That's one thing I like, is I love to fish. You know, just you chilling by the water. I think it's because I had a really bitchy ex-wife. She never shut up. And fishing is so quiet. I never found fishing boring. Kind of what you make of it. If you're good with your own mind, I think you're good with fishing. Get a lot of quiet, alone time with your thoughts, and that's not a bad thing. Funny that you say hunting hogs. There's we got the wild boar up here now. You know, the ones that black. There's no limit on them. Right up in they were seen in the Pickering area last, like groups of them, and you can go shoot them if you want. And they say the males you can't eat right away because the meat is really bitter unless you catch them and cut their balls off. But the girls are really tasty. We've got that problem here too. Same with all the trees here. There's something called the emerald ash borer, just massacring our native trees. Funny you should mention that. I agree with you. Unfortunately, here in Ontario, they're not allowed to sell wild food like that. When I went to Newfoundland, they're not like that. You can, I saw, when I was in Newfoundland, there was a woman selling out of the back of her car. She had a barbecue there. Moose steak, deer burgers, and duck. She was barbecuing right there. Ontario, you can't do that crap. Well, that's when you know you're in the real. New Brunswick and Newfoundland are Canada's Alabama. That's how you know you're in the real shit. No, that's the thing. I tried it. What are you supposed to do if you see someone selling moose steak and venison out of the back of their car, and they got a barbecue there? Are you supposed to ignore that and not get it? There's something wrong with you if you don't. Who cares about health and safety? It was fantastic. Same thing, I went to this place for their specialty home burger, their local home burger. It was a pub in Edmundston. It's their most popular burger in town. They're calling it their home burger, the Edmundston burger, or some shit like that. And it was a burger. Yeah, the meat was just ground beef, thick cut ground beef, well, thick packed ground beef, done on the flat top with a little bit of bacon and avocado. How the hell does that represent your town? You're in New Brunswick. You're close to the ocean. How does that represent your town? Avocado. No. No, seriously, if you're gonna do something that represents your town, do something that you grow there. New Brunswick is big for potatoes. For God's sake, do a burger with a deep fried burger covered in, you do mashed potatoes but with some cornstarch in it. Cover the patty and deep fry it with some cheese in the middle, and call that your local burger. That would be good. No, bacon and avocado. That's our home burger. Fuck you. Exactly, it's a Mexican. You're in Incestville, Canada. Do that. Potato covered burger, deep fried, and call it I fucked my sister. Be proud of your heritage. Actually, funny thing is, I went to that same pub this second day I was there, because everybody was assholes, but pubs paying customers. I got a lobster, and it was a lobster with some trout. God damn it, that trout was the fishiest thing I ever had, and that lobster was a frozen lobster tail. You're so close to the ocean, you could have got me a freaking full lobster for the price of what you charged for the tail, and it would have been fantastic, but no, you're a crappy pub in the middle of nowhere. You gotta cheap out on everything. Edmundston, it was a town I passed through when I was going through Canada, when I was hitchhiking. over the summer. Edmundston. It looks like a pretty town, but they're so inbred, everybody's got an extra arm. And 4 testicles. Even the women. Well, that's because there's no genetic diversity. If you do any reading on Edmonton, that's why they're so they're doing a push for immigration. If you are applying for Canadian citizenship, you want to do it, there is, say you're willing to move to New Brunswick, and you'll have a job that day because they need people, and they'll import anybody. I've been to Grand Falls, and it does suck very much so. Again, I just told you guys what happened in Grand Falls. I went into the Walmart in Grand Falls, and she's like, "Oh, where are you from?" Yeehaw, like the serious, like, hillbilly accent and everything. I'm like, "I'm from Toronto." Oh, I said, "I'm from Toronto." "Oh, the city." "I've never been to the city. I'd like to visit sometime, but it's not a place I'd likely like to stay." And she was like 20, maybe 21. She was young. And she smiled at me with a big smile, missing her 2 front teeth. Well, you're talking New Brunswick. They got a couple options. They like to get stoned there, so they got a lot of weed there. There's more weed stores in one small town than there is in all of Toronto. Not only that, they like to do it on the cheap as well. So they'll go to like the dollar store and buy isopropyl alcohol and drink it. I saw that in person, and they'll also do huff gas. That was a big problem a while back. There was a news story about them. The locals going to the gas station and buying gas to huff. Yeah, Toronto is fentanyl. It's big. That's gas huffing is big in New Brunswick. But in New Brunswick, it's not just gas huffing. It's the weed, the drinking, and I swear to God, teenage pregnancy. There is so many. If you see a 15-year-old in New Brunswick walking around not pushing a stroller, you better freak out because that's an unusual sight. When I was going through New Brunswick, very young-looking women pushing strollers, like 13 to 15. But it's one of those things, small towns, nothing to do besides drugs and fuck. You're right there. Like, it wasn't even that long ago, Toronto was still known as Toronto the Good. Now it's Toronto. Ugh. Well, look the way everything is going. No one can afford to live anymore. And now it's every day I find someone new. Not down here, but a lot of the normie, like people who are fresh on the streets, they don't come down here. They go street level, which is the worst thing you can do. Down here is relative safety. Street level, you're going to meet some very nice people up there. They're going to be very friendly to you. And then they're going to offer you something to make life a little bit better. You're going to be pressured into doing it. And you're going to be addicted to hard drugs. Here, honestly, there's a bit of a community down here. Like I posted a video. I think it might have been today or yesterday, about a homeless, a small encampment of one person. Like 2 steps away from me. Very close to me. In fact, there is a community down here. When I first got down here, I didn't know there was people down here, but they knew I was here. They were watching me, you know, kind of vetting me, because a lot of the guys down here, all the guys down here, in fact, that I've met, are clean. Well, this guy, he kind of moved in right close to where I am. He didn't find my camp, which is fantastic, but I saw his camp. My buddy Gary saw his camp. Out of his camp was spilling garbage everywhere. It was disgusting, and that was after like 2 days. And him and I, my buddy Gary and I talked like, and we got to do something about this guy. This can't go on, because when he gets spotted, we get spotted, and that causes us trouble. We keep our shit clean. My camp is spotless. So we talked, and we talked to some of the other people that we helped out a little while ago who lost everything when they got raided by some assholes. We had 6 guys up there when that guy went out, and we got rid of him. We didn't destroy his stuff. That's a dick move. I don't care what the case is, you don't destroy people's stuff. We packed his camp up, undid his tent, packed his bags, everything. And when he got back, we were all standing there, told him, you gotta go. You don't fit in around here. He left. No arguments, but you're not going to fight with 6 people. And then it took us a solid 6 hours to clean up all the garbage he left. That's exactly what we did. We packed his stuff and said it's time to go. That is something we don't need. Like, I don't want to be comfortable down. I want to be comfortable, but I don't want to get, complacent with being down here. But I also don't want to be put at risk. And a guy like that, he's going to eventually run out of drugs and come looking and trash my camp and steal what I do got. So we got rid of him. But it's kind of amazing. It's kind of amazing, really, it is. Different areas of where I am at. If you go a little bit, I'm going to say northwest from here, down on the trails. If you walk the pathways for about an hour and a half from where I am right now, you come across an area that's close to the downtown core. That's a bad area. A person sent me a link to a person who, same thing I am, he did some homeless YouTubing. And that guy is fucked up, but the area he is, that's where you go there, that's where all the junkies are living. This area here is clean. It's amazing to me that these micro communities that you don't even know exist are here. It's like an underground society down here where there is their own justice system. Where if some shit happens, I know that I've spoken to about 12 guys that are down here. Not even close to Subway. None of Sudbury, not even close. Toronto. But, yeah, it's amazing these micro communities just start up out of nowhere. And very underground, and I know 12 people, about 12 people down here. They're all clean. A few of them are here by choice because rent is expensive and they're just trying to, survive. But if something happens, like what happened a couple weeks back where those guys came in and started destroying camps, that we all come together, little that we do have, and we help each other. When they got their camps torn down and taken out, wasn't even 6 hours before they had new camps put back up and stuff, because we came together as a community to build new shelters and stuff like that. Someone gave me $50 here, and all that money went to some tarps and mylar to make the shelters after they got it destroyed. And same thing when it happened to me. It took me a while to get my camp set up, but I didn't do it alone. They helped me drag all my stuff and get it reset up to a better spot. And then it got found out again, and when those kids happened, I made a text message, and I had 4 people come up to help me move my camp again. It was done in a matter of half an hour. That's the point. You stay out of the way, you don't get noticed. Like where I am, I can see the highway, and it's loud every night, but I've got used to it, but it's safer. Kind of like stay in the fringes. Got a wood. Well, there's a difference between my kind of homelessness and, regular homelessness. There are a few different kinds of homeless people. There's people who are the very apparent ones. I've been calling them street level homeless. And the reason why it's all doom and gloom is because that's all you see is the street level homeless. Me, I'm out here cooking marshmallows over a fire talking to you guys. I'm having a grand old time. It's the street level homeless is different. They're very visible, and they don't give a shit that they're visible. Because street level homeless, 99.9% of the street homeless, they're addicts, they're alcoholics, and they're mentally ill. Down here, I personally know 12 other people. I know about 40 camps that are decent. They're not addicts. They just want to, live their lives. And you don't see those people. No one sees those people. Kind of by design. I would never get noticed either unless I did this YouTube, but I'm noticed because I'm doing YouTube. Very true. I could take you 5 minutes down from here and show you a parking lot where there's a bunch of cars parked right now. They're more invisible homeless. There should be like 5 or 6 people that are parked right now that are living in their cars. That's the point, is the invisible homeless you don't see. And it's the visible homeless that are the problems, I guess. I don't want to say they're bad people, but I think everybody deserves a chance. I believe everybody deserves a second and third and fourth chance. But I still don't want to associate with the visible homeless because, man, I know what they're thinking. I know what the kind of people they are there. They got their problems, and I don't want to get involved in it. Yeah, no, there's a lot of drugs here too. You can walk down to any high school and talk to the kid standing outside. You could ask him for crack. 70% of the time, that kid's going to be a dealer. I kind of blame this woke mentality, the everything should be accepted mentality. Like, I don't want to say it this way, but it's the only way I can, so don't take me out of context. You got to accept everybody for everything, like these very delusional trans people that think they have cut their members off now that they're now women, that they can give birth. No, you have a mutilated penis. You're not a woman, you're a trans woman. It kind of blends in with that. You got to accept everybody for everything, even though it's not right. It might not be right, but you got to accept it. So if this person's on hardcore drugs, you got to accept that. And that's kind of leads me to one of the things that pisses me off more than anything. I got into an argument with a trans woman because I said sir to him, her. She got mad at me. He got mad at me. And then she said, that's not what I identify as. I'm a woman. Like, okay, how the hell am I supposed to know this stuff? I don't know this stuff unless you tell me. Because, you all you guys are guys, right? A lot of you guys are guys. There's some women there. But if you see a person sporting a beard, a person's got a beard, and they come talking to you, it doesn't matter what they're dressed in, what are you going to say to them? How you doing, bud? How you doing, sir? Right? We're guys. You look a certain way. You look like a guy. We're going to say, hey, buddy. Hey, guy. You look like a woman. You're going to say, hey, how you doing, ma'am? Something like that. We're guys. We're regular people. I don't know this stuff. And then you get upset. And then I did that. So he said, oh, you're just an effing cis white man. Blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay. And that's my problem, is when they start calling me like a cis white man or cis. What does cis mean? Oh, you're born a man. I'm just a man. No, you're a cis man. That's what bothers me is, okay, so I have to respect your pronouns as he, her, whatever. But when it comes to mine, me saying I'm a man, you're saying I'm wrong for saying that I'm a man, that I am a cis man, not just a man. That's what bothers me is the hypocrisy. Red Green, holy fuck! I love Red Green. I went to one of his comedy shows a few years back. Always talk about Red Green. That man is my hero. He's why I always have duct tape with me. Well, I just don't like it if you say what some... if you make a mistake with this person and say, hey, buddy, or vice versa, hi, ma'am, and she's actually thinks she's a man or she's a man, and then you try to correct them and say, yo, you're a cis man, it's not a two-way street with them. They're preaching equality, but it's not equality. It's equality, but more equal for me, not for you. That's what bothers me. If you want equality, equality is equality. Same for me and for you. So if you're preaching this and you're saying I can't say this because of whatever, that's not equality. It's hypocrisy bothers me. Not the fact that, you might think you're a duck or you're a wolf, whatever. That's not what bothers me. It's the fact that you think your equality is more than my equality. You're more equal than me. It's hypocrisy that bothers me, not what you believe. Leafs, even though they suck. I'm born and raised Toronto. The Leafs will never be in the playoffs again. I know this. But gotta support the Leafs. Well, sir, you can be an Apache helicopter. That is cool. I will accept your pronouns, Mr. Apache helicopter. Do you have rocket launchers? If you have rocket launchers, that's even better. Yeah, when will they win the cup? Because 1967 was the last time. They might win it when I'm 86, 87. Mind you, the thing I did love was the first time the Raptors, the basketball team, the Raptors, they won it. That was beautiful. That was a true underdog story. No, you're right. The Leafs will never win it. Not in our lifetime. See, there's a problem with the Leafs. They make too much money. It doesn't matter if they win or lose, so there's no incentive for them to try. Why would they give a shit if they're going to make $5 million a year if they win or $5 million a year if they lose? Why would they put in the effort? You got to start paying them less and make them fucking work for it, and then they'll win. Cut their paycheck by 60%, then they'll win. Hello there, eh? Not only did you meet the Canadian side of the live streams, but you also met the HOBO Canadian side, eh? Fuck you, dude. I gotta stop the fire. Well, at least move some stuff in. I'll put a piece of split wood in. Where did I get it? About 4 days ago, I grabbed some decent logs that were already cut from up in the woods. I took my hatchet and I split them. Tell you what, I'm going to put one in. I'm also going to put this big monstrosity in. And this one goes right here for you. Well, there's a lot of actual split wood around. It's just not split. There's cut wood around, and it's just splitting it is the trouble. You gotta have something to split it with. Yes, she is. The big one I put in is unfortunately kind of wet and has mushrooms growing on it. Hopefully, maybe they're magic. Then I'll start seeing like the winning lottery numbers. No, they're just that chicken of the woods. But yeah, that's gonna go up nice and bright. Yep, I can hear it sizzling. I gotta stop using the cut stuff now because I'm running out. Gonna start working on my big pile. And I want the big stuff in too. Actually, I should put another one in because it takes forever to burn. Now it's gonna be fucking big. Stay. I thought so. Yeah, the big stuff is kind of takes a lot to burn, but it's a little bit damp, but it's gonna be nice. That was a while ago that I got it fixed, but yeah, I'm still looking for something. See, there's a lot I can't do. If I was to take a construction job today, they would deny my disability. Then I'd have to start from square one again. Which, it's raining out now. Crap. Which I don't want, is I'd have to start from zero. I'm actually very limited on what I can actually do. But, something will come through. I did the tent inside a tent thing, but didn't work out that well. It was too cold. I'm right by the highway, which would be loud, but I've got a tent with some padding on the ground. with a tarp, 2 tarps over it, very thick winterized tarps, a teepee structure over that with another tarp over that, and it's dead quiet inside the tent. I actually bought a bunch of drop cloths, painter's drop cloths that I've been using to as a liner for my sleeping bag, and holy heck, it's warm. They actually, the maximum back pay you can get for ODSP has been cut. Used to be a maximum of, there was no maximum, so if it took 5 years, you get 5 years worth of back pay. Now, there's a maximum of 3 years and 1 month. It hasn't been, I'll get, about 3 years and 1 month's worth because it's been over that. They've changed the rules so they can pay out less because it's the government. I think government sucks. Yeah, that's Canada. What do you expect? They don't give a shit. I'm on my hands and knees begging that we get rid of Trudeau. This year it was a minority government, so there's a good chance we get rid of him. Hopefully we get someone in there who actually gives a shit about Canadians. For fuck's sakes, when we had even Harper was better than him. Chrétien was even better when we had Chrétien. We didn't have this crap. We didn't have such a deficit that we do now. We were almost in a surplus. When Harper came in, that's when we started having a deficit. When Chrétien, I might have hated the guy personally, but he did a damn good job. It was kind of like damn straight he did. Way too woke. I kind of miss the days of Rob Ford. Rob Ford was an addict and a shit person. The thing is, he was a damn good mayor of Toronto. He actually did what he said he would. He cut pay of politicians, which is one of the reasons why they got rid of him. They latched on to whatever they could. Mind you, whatever they could was crack. But, still. That's the point. Is they made him look like an asshole, but he got shit done because he did what he said he was going to do. He cut the politicians, and you hurt the politician's wallet, they're going to blackmouth you and make you look like a shit. He was a shit, but he did a good job. And if he didn't die, I think he would have won the mayoral. He would have been the mayor again. Now we got Chow in there, and I didn't like Asman. Mel Asman. Or what was it? Whatever her husband's name was. Didn't like him. And Chow, she makes it look like she's doing stuff for, the common people. She's not. She don't give a shit. She cares about the money just like her husband. As a mayor, he was fantastic. He had his problems, but as a mayor, he was fantastic. And the fact that he knows he got money because he owned one of those places that make labels or whatever business he had, and he didn't take a salary. That's what I respect about him. Just a second. This might blink off for a second. I want to check what the weather is. Sorry about that. I just wanted to check the weather because I feel it drizzling a little bit. Oh, if you want to be drunk, be drunk. I was given 3 beers and I'm on number 2. And I'm a lightweight when it comes to alcohol, so I'm a little bit tipsy. We're not going to get rain. It's not supposed to rain. It's just a little bit of drizzle. I wish that big one would go up in flames already. Time to get the small stuff. Just a second. That's not a small one. Big small one. You're damn well allowed to do that. If you want to get wasted, get wasted. This is about to get really big. Oh, so I'm eating breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I'm almost halfway through a pack of hot dogs. I had too many marshmallows. I don't want to count anymore. Told you it was going to get big. No one said that, and that's what she said. Not a single one. Almost disappointed. So, same here. Dude, I've had 2 beers and I'm tipsy. I think I'm ahead of you. Again, I'm not a drinker. Booze fucks me up. But I couldn't refuse Keith. He was so adamant that he wanted me to have them because he's a nice guy, I guess. And I said I would drink them by the fire because he knew I was having a fire. Oh, I get like a lack of tolerance, man. 1 beer and I'm ready to jump off a bloody cliff. I don't want a tolerance. My dad, my God, my father could drink not the biggest bottle, but the second to the biggest bottle a night of whiskey, straight whiskey. Bastard was a hell of a drunk. And then, like, he would get home at 2 o'clock. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, start drinking, right up until 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock at night, wake up for 4 or 5 in the morning and go to work. Oh, you could have this too. All you'd have to do is quit drinking for a year. It's like caffeine. Your tolerance goes away really quickly. I actually watched a show a while back. You probably know it. It's pretty popular. It was called Shameless. That Frank Gallagher. And when I couldn't finish the show because Frank Gallagher reminded me of my dad. Like the second I saw that show, I was like, "Holy fuck, that's my dad." I couldn't finish the show. I got to the. I stopped watching. I think I made it to the 9th season, 8th season, something like that. I had to stop watching because watching that show makes me angry. Oh, fuck you, that's hot. You should actually watch Shameless. It's a really good show. It's one of those shows you gotta watch it for how it is because it's not a happy show. I don't think it's like a guide how to get out of poverty. I think it's just, shitty people being shitty. But it's damn well entertaining. Like Jerry Springer. Hot, hot. I think they're after me. How you doing, Aaron? I figured you'd be here tonight. I'm actually shocked that the other guy, the one that needs to be banned, is not here. I like to put people in timeout, not ban them. Engagement is engagement. Just up the hill. Yep, they're very close. They're not here for me, I hope. I should make it bigger. Just a second. It's not a wiener, it's a marshmallow. I'm kind of going in between sweet and I hate hot rods or Schneider's hot rods. I hate them so much, so still hungry. Going between them and marshmallows. I'm still working on the pack I bought for like ages ago. Man, want me to start dropping some wiener pics? Oh, there we go. Damn straight I'm cool. Coolest hobo on the internet. Of course, always sit by the fire. Everybody's welcome. Oh shit, speaking of which, you want to know why I know this channel's on the right track? Why I think something big is going to happen? Every day, I'm now getting DMs on Reddit and emails. I just emails alone in the last, since I put it up there, so 2-3 weeks, and on Reddit, I'm getting total, I'd say about 70-80 of people trying to get in touch with me to get onto my YouTube account and steal my account. I had a person saying, though, she was wants to help me grow my channel. She's a social manager. She has got so many ideas. It's like, okay, I believe you. And then when she asked, she needs to just check my analytics, and she can't do that without logging in. I was like, okay, I can send you a screenshot, but she needs to log in so she can see it live. So can I have my password? Like, I'm not a fucking moron. I'm getting that a few a day now, people trying to get into my account to take this channel. And that's because of you guys. You guys rock. Because I grew so quickly. Like, it's unheard of. 4,300 and something subs in, 5 months? 4 months? Yeah, no, it's madness. There are people legit out there trying to scam and take this channel to do God knows what with it. But they want it. I'll tell you what. I'm going to do this one time and one time only tonight. How about my fat ass walks over his fire, over a log and everything. Lives are a decent way to grow the channel. The first one I did, I gained like 100 subs. But more importantly, it's good to use to get to your monetization hours. My first live stream, I got like 1,000 hours. It was a 10-hour live stream, but still. Y'all ready for this? Give me a second. My fat ass is going to step into the fire. These boots are heat resistant. These pants aren't, so hopefully I don't catch on fire. Okay. I gotta pick the right leg to do this on. Which right now is the left leg because my right leg is fucked up. Let's do this shit. Okay, stepping in the fire. Stepping in. Oh shit. Stepping in. Over and up. And now I'm on fire. That's the best you're gonna get. And remember, it's not the fire that's CGI. It's me. I'm a mermaid princess with a coconut bikini and a seashell crotch thing. More wood. Oh God. Ow. Smoke in my lungs. I can do one. Just a second. There we go. Let's get rid of that stuff. This is about to get big. I hope he didn't miss me walking in the fire. My pants are wool, that's why I bought them. Well, they're not synthetic, I think they might be cotton. There's something. They're not going to burn and melt. My boots are good. Steel toe and steel heel. So I ain't going to burn to death yet. The night is still young. This is going to be a big one now. I put a little bit too much in it. And I'm about 50% done the wood, so we might get another 2 hours, maybe 2.5. I'm not getting any more tonight. There we go, it's getting big. Again, no one's saying that's what she said. Do none of you watch The Office? I was having fun, man, and I got these boots on. Like, these boots I got for like $10 at a thrift store, but they're steel toe, steel heel, oil and heat resistant. I was just screwing around having fun. I knew what I was doing. I knew there was a really solid piece in there. That's why I suggested it. I thought it out before I did it. I make sure to think things out before, you know, I fuck my leg up again. No. I thought that out well before I did that. Why do you think I was delaying it for as long as I could? Because I was looking for an actual spot to step in that wouldn't, result in me in, catching flames. And that whole, "whoa, I'm on fire thing was me just being over dramatic for, effect, because I could. I'll tell you one thing: when when I get monetized, we're gonna do this again. It's not gonna be a very long one. Maybe hour and a half, because I'm gonna get the fire going, and then I'm gonna pile every bit of what I got onto it, and we're gonna have this big ass bonfire. Same with 10K subs. You guys will have to suggest me for something to do, but I'm thinking a big ass bonfire or whatever the heck you guys suggest. Shit, dude, what happened on YouTube Live? Like, tell me the story, man. Here's a funny thing. We've got a lot of van lifers that come in this chat. I believe Christina is one of the van lifers. There's another person here who also lives in their van. RV, are you still here? Can you email me that? I not that I will. And you know what? It's just straight up morbid curiosity. Yeah, no, there was a guy who's got his YouTube name is RV, the last two letters, and there's another person that was here who also lives in their camper up in BC. Honestly, y'all should get together and make a small community or something. I don't even know what part of the world you're from, Christina, at all. I'm going to assume the States because that's where most people are from. But I mean, like, are you in the U.S. or Canada? Because if you're saying you're in the Bass Pro Shop, there's one in Canada, and that is up near Vaughan, near Canada's Wonderland. So I know exactly where you would be staying. So I did not know where you were staying. Funny thing is there's a person here who pretty much gave me their home address. Not, they told me where they live, and I know exactly where they live because what they said. And don't do that. Like, one, it's my safety. Two, it's yours. You don't know if I'm a fucking serial killer. I could be a serial killer. I'm not, I promise you, for the most part. Only on Thursdays. It's not Thursday. I have been in Nova Scotia. Cheap lobster. But I don't care how much you trust a person or how well they seem. Just look at some of the horror stories. This woman, and she was very well intentioned. She let a homeless guy into an apartment to shower and stay for a bit because she wanted to help the guy get back on her feet. He ended up not being, he presented himself as very mentally stable and mentally well. He wasn't. He ended up terrorizing the place and like stabbing one of the security guards, all because she let a person that she should not have into the building to shower and stay at her apartment. You have to protect yourself. And a person who is not willing to think about themselves first, like, you don't know me. You don't want me to stay at your place. That raises alarm bells with me, because you're not thinking about yourself first, which terrifies me, and the fact that makes me think, if you're not thinking about your own protection, maybe you're thinking about doing me harm. If you get my drift. You know, I used to have Bubbles' autograph. That's all back there. But I saw them when they were on tour doing their Don't Legalize It tour. And I got to get Bubbles' autograph. Didn't care about Ricky or Julian's. I just like the guy's big glasses. No, that's exactly the point. Your first thought is like, okay, let's say you were living down the street from me. Your first thought is that, okay, let's let this person that I don't know, yeah, I watch him on the internet, but I don't know this person, into my home to shower and have a night's sleep. Your first thought isn't that. Your first thought is, I'm a single woman, I have to protect myself. That mentality you have, I trust. Because you have that mentality, I trust. Your safety is your number one priority. But if it was, I don't know this person, but I'm still going to let him come to my place and disregard my own safety, that gets me thinking there's something wrong with you in the head. I thought Julian was cute too. I'm a straight guy, but I can appreciate a good-looking man. He's the man they call Ravine. Shame that Leahy died. Well, as actually we were talking about earlier, I'm okay with letting people on my property. Like, my goal right now is to get the money behind me so I can get up. I think it was Christina that told me about the pop-up shelters. I'm fixated on getting one for like $5K for myself. And when my disability comes in, getting that and buying a 1 acre of land up north and getting that pop-up shelter. I'm more than willing to let people come up there anytime they want. Just send me an email. Any of you could come up there and stay on the property, because I would try to build some cottages or something. I would be more than happy for the company, but to stay in my home with me kind of freaks me out, especially because I sleep naked. That freaks me out. But I'd be more than happy, like, saying, y'all come up to my property, we can go fishing, do whatever you want. I would be more than happy with that. That's my favorite episode with Clonky. I love the Trailer Park Boys. He's the man they call Ravine. The little Bubbles hand puppet. I was big into Trailer Park Boys when I was in high school. When they started. It's so stupid. They play such fucking idiots. But you know they have to be really smart people to be able to play someone that stupid. Yeah, no, he died like, God, at least 10 years ago. He was a damn good actor. Who cares? Take me up on it anyways. When I get it, cross the border, stay a month. I'll take you fishing. Yeah, that one. Clonky is my favorite character in that. Yeah, no, the guy Leahy. He also taught at one of the Nova Scotian universities. Funny thing, we're going to mention that there's a really crappy sci-fi show, Bram Stoker's Andromeda. I hated that show, but one of the girls that played it, I think her name, I know her name when the show was Trance. She taught at my school. She was my drama teacher for a year, a semester. Then she moved to, I think it was Saytech or Birchmount or Rosedale, one of the, as a drama teacher. But yeah, that's my up close and personal with a G-list celebrity. With the fire around time. Yay. If you have a chance, look on YouTube. Their first thing before Trailer Park Boys was Trailer Park Boys. Look up the sketch they did, and it's on YouTube called Cart Boy. You know how Bubbles collected carts? They did a sketch with him called Cart Boy. Really good before they even thought about putting Bubbles in the show. He was originally one of the sound engineers, but he was screwing around doing the Bubbles voice, and the director's like, he's got to be in this. But the Cart Boy thing is hilarious. He even brings out his cat, you know, his good kitty. In the story, he shows him in this big-ass house that his good kitty with the 3 claws who saved him from a fire. Look up Cart Boy. I like media. I'm a bit of a media junkie. Hey, Chuck, how you doing? I'm glad you're joining us. I would never be too keen on boiling water in plastic unless I had to, like in an emergency situation. There's better options, even in an emergency situation. It doesn't take more than a minute to find a piece of wood that can hold some water and throw some boiling hot rocks in it. I prefer that over than boiling in plastic. Oh, you honestly, you have to. It's one of the older sketches, but it's basically what inspired Trailer Park Boys. Like straight up, I was big into Trailer Park Boys in high school. I loved that show a lot. I remember being young and my dad seeing me watch that, and he got so pissed off because it was the dumbest shit he ever saw. But man, this is like, it got so popular in the States, this crazy, stupid Canadian comedy. It's up there in my favorite funny things, because it's so stupid, it's great. It's up there in my favorite funny things as the Red Green and the new Red Green show. That is some great Canadian comedy. I love coffee. Actually, it's funny, I've got a whole thing of instant coffee back at camp. I got from the food bank. They got jack shit there for me, though, so... But at least I get instant coffee and Spam once in a while. But they give out a lot of peanut butter. I can't eat peanut butter. What one? I make a lot of posts. If you're talking about, what, me getting chased by a bunch of kids? I already talked about that. Teens found my camp and chased me around. Or the one I did on Reddit about the Campfire live stream, because if you can't tell, that goes unnecessary to talk about because we're doing it. Oh, I love the Red Green show just because of his the one segment he does when he does his like crafting, where he made a car that could park anywhere by cutting on the hole in the bottom and putting a tire there so he could lift it up on a jack and spin it around. I love that, man. The Total Tech, what post are you talking about? Welcome! I'm guessing from the post I made on Vagabond. I'm having one of the... Any night that I get to have a fire is a good night. Especially when I have marshmallows. If you have Dollarama around you, go to Dollarama. Their prices are a lot better, especially for canned goods. I'm right now not traveling, but back in the summer... Okay, it's a long story, but I had a medical issue. I have a medical issue. 3 years ago, I started having this horrible seizure. I've got this degenerative condition, what I'm going to call it. That's only going to get worse with time. Bad marriage, a divorce, no money, homeless. I took a couple months off during the summer to hitchhike from Ontario right to Nova Scotia. Got back. Didn't spend any money on the road either. It was great. But got back to Ontario at the beginning of September, and told my landlord, I am absolutely screwed. Got no money, got no way to pay you. I'm not going to pay you, but I'm glad to leave. I'll leave at the end of September so you don't have to worry about a 6-month eviction. And I've been living down in the woods for a few months. Oh, I fucking hate sweet. Here's the funny thing is, I hate sweet. Like, I'm not a sweet kind of person. But there's something about Campfire marshmallows that makes me feel like a kid. There's something special about this. I've been working on this bag for the last 3 live streams. I'm not even halfway done. Well, I would take a job, but it's got to be any job that's not construction or in the field I used to be. Best things that are going to happen is I'm 6 months away from my tribunal meeting for my ODSP because of the seizures. I should be on disability pension. After that, I'm set. I'm pretty. They owe me like, after tax, like $40,000. I'm going to take that, spend $500 on some land way up north. Thank you to Christina who let me know Amazon sells pod houses. I'm going to get myself a small little pop-up house instead of building it myself. Throw it on the land, another $5,000 on solar panels, and do homestead. It's not that far off. Yeah, no, I think that was the last live stream she told me about that, and I did my research. If you guys suggest something, like, it sticks with me, and I'm going to look into it. Fiery marshmallow. Super fiery marshmallow. Oh, land up here in Canada. This is like the 10th time I've told this tonight. If you go to northern Ontario, the Thunder Bay area, you can Google it. There are bits of, it's called unincorporated land. So someone bought like 1,000 acres of the land and decided to set up a community. And he sells off land, like 1 acre of land at a time for like $500. You're never going to have an actual power. Like, it'll never be on grid. It's going to always be off grid. You have to find a way to get power yourself. So solar panels, which I would do. And you got to put your own construction setup. But because it's unincorporated, there's no building laws. He sells that. You buy it. You put yourself a little homestead up. Solar panels. And a large antenna to grab cell phone signals to have internet. But because it's like $500 for an acre. And every year, because there is a road going into it, you have to pay $120 because there is no property tax where it is. You pay like $120 to maintain the roads. That's it. Every year. Oh, don't worry. Ontario pension is bullshit. Disability pension is bullshit. It's only going to be like $1,700 a month. But they still owe me $50K for the 3 years I've been waiting for it. Stocking wood. Time to stock wood. Oh, once it dries out a little bit, this is going to go up pretty high, but that'll take a few minutes. And I got about a third of the wood left. I'm not getting any more. Too wet. Where's the face? Oh shit. Yeah, I know it's nice. I like a smaller fire too, but I also like the big whooshing flames. Even if I only make it like 4 hours tonight, that'll be fine by me. Well, it's not the wood that I'm worried about. It's the fact that it's wet out. I hurt my leg really bad a couple weeks ago. And the pain is gone, but there's still a lot of tension in my right leg is still very tight. So I don't want to risk slipping in the mud and falling down and making it worse. So I decided no matter what happens, when I'm out of wood tonight, I'm not wandering out in the dark forest to grab more to extend the fire a little bit longer. Hamilton is cheaper, but I've got nobody. I kind of need to be in Toronto right now because that's where my litigator for my disability is, but and I'm safe here. Like, it's safer for me here because Hamilton, worst comes to worst, if I go to Hamilton, I got nowhere to stay right away. So I got to be camping out, and I don't know where to go. So it's one of those, I should stay here and be safe. Just because I'm a big guy doesn't mean I'm tough. I don't even talk tough. Man, I haven't been in a fight in my life. I've always used my words to get out with, get out of it. If I go there, someone's gonna threaten me, and I'm gonna get my ass kicked. There's one of those things that always bothers me. Big doesn't equal tough. In fact, I'm quite the opposite. I'm a teddy bear. I stay out of homeless camps. I'm far enough away from people. The only person that's near me is my buddy Gary. He's safe. And if anybody comes down around the area who is on drugs or messy, we kick them out. That is safe. It doesn't work that way. Have you actually met any homeless people? We've gone over this a couple times tonight as well, but there's two different kinds of homeless people. Street level and hidden. There's a statistic that a large portion of the homeless are either on drugs or have mental problems. This is true on the street level. Here, I know about 12 people. I'd say the nearest camp is Gary, which is a 5-minute walk. But after that, it takes me 45 minutes to get to anybody else's. None of them are on drugs, and they've all got my back. None of them are mentally ill. They're just regular people. You go to the street level, like Hamilton, you go to street level in Hamilton, I wouldn't know where to go in the forest there because I don't know there are any forests. You go there and you're on street level, then you got to deal with the crazies and the addicts. And the addicts, they don't care how big you are. They don't care how tough you are. They will fuck you up. Yeah, there's also something, it's nice to have conversation once in a while. If you're always alone minding your business, it gets lonely. In fact, I got another friend from I met during in October, Susan, who went to the falls to work. She's getting her old age pension too. Who's coming back in like 2 weeks to start camping down here because her employment ends after 2 weeks, and she takes care of a motel for the winter months, and then she comes back March 21st. She said she'd be back. Really great old lady. Saved my ass. Well, that's you though. Like, there are people who don't want to mind their own business, no matter where you are. You know. At least I know I can stay hidden where I am. I'm assuming you're in Hamilton. You know, like, Hamilton is considered the hood by Toronto people. You near Lincoln? I'm assuming you're probably on one of the smaller towns near Hamilton. So you have to be near the highway, so I'd assume Lincoln. I don't know what you're talking about, eh? Oh, Mississauga. No, like, man, I've traveled a bit too. Like, in November, I said, fuck Toronto. Went to St. Catharines. I tried to work in a bakery. Canada Bread. Ha ha ha. They weren't paying properly. For a day's work, they were shorting me like $60, and I had all my ID. They were paying cash. Went to Niagara Falls, and Niagara Falls was rough. I got like chased by teenagers more than once, and the cops out there were bad. I ended up coming back to Toronto in December 29th because my friend invited me to a New Year's party. It wasn't a real party. It was her and her husband and her kid, and I've been there here since because I didn't. Niagara Falls was really rough. Oh, Niagara is the worst. But at least in Toronto, it's bigger, so I might have a job that I could actually do. Right now, like my background is construction. If you don't know, I used to do construction. I used to. My trade is heavy machinery, like cranes, the big cats and the dump truck, stuff like that. I drove those. Started having seizures, and I can't do that anymore. If I go into construction, even if it's just a temp job, starting at the bottom, my ODSP gone. I don't have it yet, but the claim will be denied, and I'll never get it because I've got I have seizures, but it's also degenerative. So in 10, 20 years time, I'm going to be in a wheelchair. I'm not going to have my major motor functions. My hands are going to be shaking. I'm screwed. And if I get denied ODSP, it's basically I'm on the final appeal. If I get it denied, it's a death sentence for me. Oh, fuck. Did I tell you guys a story about what happened to me, speaking of stranger danger, in Niagara Falls? A guy approached me for a job because he saw when I was visiting my friend Susan at the shitty motel she's working at. The guy approached me to do some work. Protection work. He was a pimp. He wanted me to escort his girls to their johns. That was pretty crappy. I said no. Yeah, no, here you have to be able to prove that you're disabled. It doesn't have to be your... I've seen people get it, their first application a week after. If you got a legit disability, they're going to try to deny you as much as possible here until you give up and die, because that's Canada. But they'll deny the first claim, deny the second claim, and then when you finally get a litigator, they'll send you to all these places to poke and prod you to make you give up. Like the worst one ever, they made me do something called the cerebral angiogram. Whew! That sucked. They take a knife and cut into your artery at your crotch. They make you, which uncomfortable. At least they freeze you up a bit. But they tape your testicles to your leg and your dick to your leg. They cut into the artery right at your crotch, and then they stick a tube into you. And they go all the way up through your heart, all the way up to your brain, and inject a radioactive dye into your brain, and they make you sit in an MRI so they can get a better look in there. That fucking sucks. And then afterward, you're not allowed to move for like 3 hours, because you might move and rip your artery open and bleed to death. But the good thing is, the second I'm approved and finally get the Ontario disability pension, they owe me like $50,000. But I'm automatically qualified for CDP, Canadian disability pension. So ODSP will be $1,700 a month. Canadian will be another $1,200 a month. Canadian disability isn't retroactive though. Yep, that's going to be the third time. I knew, I met a couple. I talked about them that I met down here my first month here. I was walking through one of the trails at night coming back from the grocery store, and I hear this, not screaming, but like weeping, like this horrible, horrible crying. And it sounds like a woman, so I'm an idiot. I'm like, okay, you know what? Let's walk towards the horrible crying. And I did. I found a tent and like, yo guys, I hear this crying. I don't know what the fuck is going on here, but someone's got to explain what's going on, or I'm calling the cops and someone's going and getting in shit. Well, there's a man and his wife. First night down on the streets, she's in there and they're crying. Their family just kicked them out because one of his like dad or mom said she should be working, and she's got something like fibromyalgia. They've been applying for like 2 years. It was horrible, and she's just so scared. And they're down here. They don't got any blankets. They found a tent, and they were there their first night, and we ended up I ended up grabbing them some blankets and stuff because I had extra at the time and gave it to them. But it took her a month after that, and they got the ODSP. He didn't make enough money at his job to get a place for both of them. He could have formed a room just for him, and he didn't want to abandon her, but she was just having a bad. But they're a lot better now. I still talk to them. They call me often, and they'll take me out to lunch once in a while. They're really good people. And yeah, she ended up getting it a month. Like when I got back here in December, so October, November, 2 months after when I got back here in December, I was looking for them, and then I found them in January. I was texting them, and they finally got back to me that they got a place. She got her ODSP, and they got a place. That was a real pick-me-up and a win. What am I using for shelter? A 2-season tent I've got, but I've modified everything. I bought an ice fishing shelter a while back when I had a little bit of money. Did not work to keep water out. The thing leaked. So I'm using the ice fishing shelter as padding because it's like really thick foam. That's on the ground in my tent, my 2-season tent. And over that, I've got winterized tarp that my buddy Gary gave me, 2 of them. And over that, I've got 3 pieces of wood with tarp over that as a teepee to keep any other water out. Man, if your farts stink that bad, you should do that every day. Get a day off. Or sue for emotional distress. It's time to throw the wood I got in there back in just a second. Oh. And I don't think it takes that much practice. So, I just noticed something. More of a societal notice. You got a picture of yourself as your profile picture. If you've noticed, all eyes are on you. All the eyes of chat are on you, Christina. Because you have your picture. Us men think with, you know what we think with. So we're all paying attention to you, Christina. Well, if you find a good day like today that it's been raining, no one's going to be here. In fact, no one comes down here at night because it's kind of fucking scary. If you're not me. As I said, I'm still looking for that 96-year-old that's on her deathbed. And she's also a billionaire. So, wink wink, you might be it, Christina. Wink wink. Okay, you are funny. Mine too. My birthday's really soon too. 20 days away. You think it sounds like mayo? Squishy boobs. Yeah, you freaked her out, man. How could you? The guy who does the, he goes to the Eaton Center a lot, right? Or Square One. I want to stay away from those guys. I find those kind of YouTubers that are, there's a lot that are very exploitative. The only one that I've seen that isn't is Just Nate. Yeah, a lot of times he goes to the Eaton Center or one of the Square One or something, and he's got a billboard with $20 saying, "Take it if you need some help." The fire is slowly dying again. Just Nate is the one, the real one, that isn't exploiting anybody. The guy you're talking about, he's making Mondo. The other guy, not Just Nate, but the other guy, he's making Mondo money off of that. And plus, he's got his business. He's making money off YouTube, and he ain't giving shit back. What I see from him is he's just exploiting the situation. Just Nate is different. Every dollar he gets, he gives. Same with, like, he gives out clothing, where you buy a hat, you get a hat. He is not making shit off of it. Well, there's a reason why I have a social media history of being homeless. Because I'm fucking homeless. You know, my first social media was Reddit. I made a post because I was so upset. My first night out here, I made a post about sleeping behind a fucking library. What else am I supposed to post? Am I supposed to post my secret Lamborghini that's like sitting right behind me right now? What's wrong with being on Reddit, my first social media? What have I done wrong? What are you bitching at me for? Explain yourself. What about me is pissing you off that you're trying to be so judgmental about me? I avoided social media for most of my life. Never had a Facebook. I got on Reddit by coincidence because I was panicking and I was trying to search for some answers what to do. And someone suggested go to the woods. And I did. And the only reason why I've got this YouTube channel is because someone said you should try to make a YouTube channel, document it, because you're going through some hell. And I did, and I started bitching on the camera. And it kind of got me through. Speaking of which, I want to add more wood. Oh, very true. No, but I don't think many people would do what I'm doing as just campfire or homeless. A lot of people just cycle down into despair. Yeah, it's one thing. Ow. Very easy thing to do is just let go and let the bad take over. I refuse to let that happen. Instead of letting bad take over, I put a marshmallow on a stick. I do not have TikTok. No tickety TikTok for me. Tried to, couldn't figure it out. There is someone who is actually I got rid of him. You just grabbing my videos off of YouTube and throwing them on TikTok, which really pissed me off. That really pissed me off. Oh. Oh, don't worry. I'm over the tech guy already. I get so many people bitching at me. First, the bitching isn't the worst. The death threats are the worst. Which I get every damn day on YouTube and Reddit. But him, he just wants to find something to complain about. Like, the one I get a lot on YouTube are DMs calling me a horrible person because I use YouTube and Reddit and I'm homeless. Good for you, Cyrus. Good for you. It took me 3 campfires to finish the bag. I was determined to finish the bag. I finally finished the bag. I freaking... Oh, I'm not a big sweet fan, but holy crap. The nostalgia of roasted marshmallows. Sugar. Wow, that's bright. Honestly, there's a lot of damn good people out there, but if you need a sleeping bag and a tent, go call your churches. A lot of churches will give them out. Oh, yeah, I'm not looking forward to waking up tomorrow. I'm gonna destroy a gas station bathroom. Aaron is the one person that's been here for every single live stream, but he stopped talking about the fire being fake. Guess my fire walking worked. He's so much an OG, he earned a nickname. His nickname is Pookie. P-O-O-K-I-E. Pookie. Oh. I had to do it. I don't like people who think they know best about everything. when they don't know a damn thing. So I'm done. I'm just done. I try to not do that. I put them on timeout for half an hour. I try to not do that. But it is what it is. The fuck? Why is this dying? Shit. Shit. I gotta figure something out. My phone is getting too hot and it's not charging anymore. So I'm gonna move a little bit. But first, there we go. That should be a little bit better. Whew. What? What's going on? Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Who says I'm not a degenerate? I am a total freak, man. I am a damn degenerate. Thank you. Yeah. Growing steadily-ish. Last week was slow. Usually get 220 subs. But now it is actually growing where I'm getting more views than subs, which is fantastic. Oh, I am a damn degenerate. You don't know what kind of a freak I am. Actually, since we're talking about being a freak, not too far from here. Funny thing is, there's these statues. We call them the teeth because they look like giant effing teeth. I hate them, but it's the closest fire pit. There was this girl I was really into. She was really into me. And we came down here and had a fire right where I'm sitting right now. And ended up at the teeth. Nothing happened at the teeth. Almost happened. She was a wild one. Her name was Stacy. Last name, she was Greek, so some long ass name that started with T that I cannot pronounce to this day. They made out there for a little bit. That's not why I'm a freak. It was summer. It was a week later when it was, the night with Canada Day when they have all the fireworks at Cherry Beach. She asked me to come out and hang out with her. And I was young. I was like 22. We ended up down there, and she's like, we should grab a couple drinks from the LCBO, not too far from there, right across the street from a movie theater. We did, and we found a really secluded spot. Right out in the open. You go to Cherry Beach and walk way to the right down the boardwalk. There's some rocks. We ended up below the rocks. It was low, not tide, but the water was low. So ended up on the rocks, had a few drinks, had a small fire, watched the fireworks. And there's like few thousand people at the beach watching fireworks. It happened right there. Complete on, full ass, rated R, nudity, everything. With people watching fireworks. And us at the rocks. I remember it very clearly because when she stood up, she had a big butt, and I like big butts. Fuck no, I wasn't 25. I was like, goddamn 18. I was young. And when she stood up, she had rocks on her butt. Like they were stuck there. Right there, yes, I most freaking certainly did. While people were watching the fireworks, I was getting my freak on. I will fully admit to my wrongdoings. Best thing is, she had a skill that I cannot explain. I can't explain the physics of it. This is the problem. I cannot explain the physics of this skill that she had. She could do this thing where she moved her chest, and she had these big old boobies. One would go clockwise, and the other would go counterclockwise. It was like mesmerizing, like a lava lamp. 2 minutes? No, I'm going to tell you something. More than 2 minutes, because there's something called whiskey dick. Man, you're talking about easy 45 minutes. Oh, honestly, it was the most mesmerizing thing you'd ever seen. One would go clockwise, the other would go counterclockwise, and I swear to God, it was like a lava lamp. You could stare at that for hours. She's doing really well now. She ended up moving back to where she was from because she wasn't Canadian. She ended up wasn't Greek. It was I think it was Cyprus she was from. same geographical location, but she ended up going back there. And now she's like working or owning or something her family's vineyard. And she didn't shave completely. I'll keep telling you more. She didn't shave completely. She left a little bit there. That's more attractive. Oh, I ain't breathing heavy. Long time ago. Memories. I can really go into some details and tell you about my when I was 16, when I lost my virginity. If that's something you would like to know. Her name was Lauren. She lived with her grandmother in an area of Toronto called The Pocket, Danforth and Donlands. She lived with her grandmother, and her grandmother was or is, I haven't seen her in very many years, into the Blue Jays. Her grandmother and her great aunt were going to a Blue Jays game, so she invited me over to her place. Well, we were up in her room, and it just the turtle made a break for water. It just happened, and her grandmother and great aunt and sister come home. So she tells me to hide in her very small closet, which I did for like 4, 5, 6 hours until her grandmother, her sister, and her great aunt left to the Blue Jays game. I can tell you more about her if you want the real details. Surprised anything ever happened with her. So we were in our English class, and we had tables of 4. When there's only 16 people in the class, she was at my table. My buddy John was to the left and in front of me, and a girl beside me, her name was Jamie. I have got a good memory, by the way. She sat right in front of me. We had been talking, and I went to a uniform school. She was wearing short sleeves, and I see her arm, and I make a comment that, oh, you must have a cat. She says, yeah, I do. Oh, yeah, I do. It's like, oh, so that's why you got the scratches on your arm. She looks at me dead serious and says, no, I cut myself. It's like, oh, I didn't, everybody go through emo phase, whatever. And you know what my dumbass decided to say? Because I don't know boundaries or anything. Oh, wow, because it got really quiet at our table. You can cut the tension in here with a knife. Guess what happened? She ran out of the classroom crying, and all the girls in the classroom went after her, and I felt like an asshole. And yet, somehow, we ended up dating. Explain that to me. I don't understand how we went to that, to the other stuff. Don't know, don't care, but memories. That was bad. Oh, damn right it did. I remember everything. It was a very small house. It was a very thin house. I remember the layout of the place 100%. She had this porch that was enclosed with like these really thin windows. I remember the sound of the windows from putting my hand on it. You go into the place right to the right. There's a hallway right in front of you. To the left, there are staircases. Right to the right is where the TV was. There was another room with a small table in it. Then straight ahead in the same hallway was the kitchen. The fridge was on the right-hand side. Stove was right beside it, which was weird. She had a freezer right when you walk into the kitchen to your left-hand side. And right before the kitchen was a door that went to the basement where her grandmother kept her wine. You go upstairs, and right to your left was her sister's room. To the right was her grandmother's room where they kept the elliptical machine. And straight ahead was her room. I remember her dresser 100% in her very tiny bed. But she was a really pretty girl too. But she had a bit of a underbite, I guess you'd call it. She was still really pretty. I ended up like a couple years after that, right before I got hitched, meeting up with her again, and we had pizza on the Danforth at the pizza right near Danforth and Donlands. And she just got her. They put braces on her. When I met her, they put braces on her, and she just got them off, and her whole face changed. So she went from being a really gorgeous girl to stunningly beautiful. And I'll remember those braces for life because I got stuck in them. Still got the fucking scar to prove it. That's why, you know, Frank stays away from mouths. Ooh, no, can't touch. The whole oral fixation kind of deal freaks me out because of braces. But she was, honestly, she was gorgeous. Too gorgeous for a bum like me. Same with my ex-wife. Like, of all the women I had ever met in my life, she was probably the top 3 most beautiful, attractive women ever. But you live and learn, you know. Well, you know, if I get monetized, let's say tomorrow, not going to happen because I got to get another 500 hours. I'll be set for a while, like 2 to 3. Now it says up to $6,000 a month. So we'll say between 1,000 and 6,000 a month. So we'll split the difference. We'll say 3,000. I'll be set for life because this channel is growing every single day. I have been to George. I know George Street. I know a guy. His name is George, who lives on George Street. Very interesting older man. I should text him and see how he's doing. Guy, well, first of all, he's schizophrenic. I met him when I was on the train. You could tell immediately there's something not right up there. He's older, close to 60s. And he's got really great ideas because he is probably one of the smartest people I've ever met. But the schizophrenia kind of screws him over. Like, he has ideas how to get this country's homeless population gone, where we can group together and buy any property at any time, because we're pooling thousands of people's resources and get people into places that don't have people and build. He's a very smart man. I stay away from bad areas. I went to Girard Square Mall a while ago, and I'll never go back because it's scary. I'm happy where I'm safe where I am, and I'm planning on staying safe. Safety is number one priority. Well, doesn't matter how smart you are. If you got a problem like schizophrenia or depression or anything like that, your opinions don't matter because you're just another crazy. Hell. Funny thing is I've been depressed most of my adult life, but being out here, my depression kind of just melted away. It's not important. Yes, whoa, big fire, nice fire, warm fire. We have fires here, and I'm a hobo that has fires. Uh, you missed me digging the hole and burying the body. That's about it. Not too much. How have you been? What you been doing? Actually, it's kind of funny. Now that I've lived like this for a while, I think I'm not cut out for society the way it is. I think I need to get up north and live. That's how I'd be happiest. And if I met some like really hippie-ish chick who's got the same ideals, that'd be even cooler. That's kind of funny. I feel the same where I don't have the same restrictions as I used to. Like, I own the house. I've had the mortgage. I've had the car. I've had the responsibility. It was a decent life, but like this right here, I'm getting sipped by a fire. There's a serenity in it. Walking is good. And honestly, if I got way up north where I was away from any sounds of the city, where it was true quiet, I think I'd have some peace. You too, brother. You too. Yeah, I agree with you on that. We're pressured from a very young age that you go to your first year in school. What do you want to be when you grow up? Pick something. You go a little bit further. You gotta study hard to make money. You get a little older. You go to high school. You gotta go to the pressure you to go to college so you can pick something, a career. And you always have to be doing this. And there's something wrong with you if you don't. But like a lot of parts of this sucks. Like money. Not having money sucks. But if things change just a little bit for me, I know if I got up there, I'd be so happy and life would be really good. Because, I don't know if I want to share this. I don't know if I should tell this one. Just a second, let me think a sec if I want to tell you. Oh. Give me a second, I gotta clear my head if I want to tell you. Oh, no, it's not about divulging anything. It's just I do, but I also want to phrase it in the words I want to use properly, I want... So, there's a lot of backstory to it, but what I'm going to do is, I'm going to tell y'all it. I said that from a long, long time ago, and it's why I'm still standing here, but I got to constitute myself and get my, emotions in check before I can. And I'm going to move stuff from that's fallen out of the fire in the fire. After I do that, I'll be able to, but fuck. Screw it. Do it now. No time like the present. To say I had a tumultuous upbringing is putting it lightly. Like, my mother was an addict, not just drugs. She liked to gamble a lot and liked to beat the shit out of me. My dad, straight up gangster level alcoholic. Like, as I said before, Frank Gallagher from Shameless, that's the level of alcoholic my dad was. I don't necessarily think that's a good thing. I think it affected me positively because that kind of alcoholism scares the crap out of me. Long story short, I was not a young teenager, but not an old one either. I'd say 14, 15. Things were bad. You know, I haven't always been a big guy. Right until I was like 17, I was a short little shit. You know, the short little shit that run around the class who never going to be tall? That was me. And I think I got big to protect myself. Like something clicked in my brain. It's like, okay, you know what? Make yourself grow. That'll protect you. But before that happened, things were really bad. Now, my parents owned a house in Toronto, and I lived in the basement. Like, they stuck me in the basement. My mother, I don't think she wanted a boy. Because my sisters, they got their rooms. My sister had her bedroom, 4 walls and a door. My parents had their bedroom, and they threw me in the basement. They put me in a corner in the basement. No carpet, no nothing, just there's your bed. This is where you live now. And I was getting beaten daily by my mother. And things were bad. And this is back at the time when my dad first got diagnosed as a diabetic before he lost his leg. And he liked to drink. And he used me as a confidant. Like, things you should never tell your kid. Like, my marriage is so bad, your mother's a bitch. Things you don't talk to your kids about. Especially at that age. And he would do it, I think, just to make me cry. Because I'm a crier. I've always been a crier. And he would doing that every day, plus the beating from my mom. And he would never believe me because, you know, he's fucked up all the time and his wife could do no wrong. Things were really bad, and I decided, you know, is this worth it? And the thing about when you're that young and your hormones are changing and you're changing and things get bad and you're like, I thought it's time for me to end everything. I wanted to end myself. And it was one day I was in my room, and I remember plain as day. Down in the basement, it wasn't a finished basement. They had these big wooden rafters, like these beams going through the place. And I decided that, hey, you know what? I'm done. This is it. I think they're called a hassock or a footstool in my room, and a small TV. I put the hassock and the TV in the middle of the room underneath the rafter. I climbed on top of that TV and I said, this is it. I'm done. And I reached the beam that was right above me. And I tied an extension cord around it. And I tied an extension cord around my neck. And I was done. I was done. At that exact moment, I was, you know, 100% I was going to do it. There was no stopping me. And then I said, you know what? If I'm not supposed to do this, give me a bloody sign. Anything. I don't care what it is. Now, at that time, when you're living in hell, you don't care about anything. So, my parents were also had their issues, but they were hoarders. And it not only spilled up to their areas, because my dad lived in the living room upstairs. My mother lived up on the second floor in her room. And their crap spilled down to the basement. So there was crap and garbage anyways. And I'm just asking for a sign for me not to, you know, push the TV off and, you know, finish myself. And I'm begging for anything because I'm scared. And I don't know what to do. And you know what saved me from, stopped me from doing it? Why I'm here today? Wasn't my parents. Wasn't a family member. It was a piece of garbage. Now, up here in Canada, we have a store called Shoppers Drug Mart. They have their own brand of products called the Life brand. and it was a bottle of conditioner that had gotten kicked into my room because, you're not happy. First of all, I'm a very clean person, but you're going through all that shit, you don't care. But it was an empty bottle of conditioner on the ground when I got the extension cord around my neck and I'm ready to go. And I look down and I see it's an oblong kind of circle with the word life in it. I look down and I read that word life. And I said to and that was my sign for me not to push myself off. Have fun with that, Aaron. And yeah, that is why I'm still here. Because of a bottle of Life brand conditioner. I'm not going to put you in timeout. I'm going to, you know what? Really put you on timeout. But yeah, after that, it was kind of my sign that, I gotta push through shit. And I know it sounds stupid, a fucking piece of garbage, a bottle of conditioner. But that's the story. I'm gonna go fix this fire now. Just a second, I gotta eat some batter. Oh, get back to camp. For me to get back to camp will take me, now that I can walk properly, less than an hour. So nowhere close to this fire. Ugh. Yeah, we got dark there for a moment. But it's one of those things that lead me to my belief system. I don't believe in an Anglo-Judea God. I don't believe in the religions as we have it set out. I don't believe there's a higher power up there watching us, making sure we all do good, but I do believe there is something more like a universal intent that there is a God in a way that we can't comprehend. Like a God is more of a set of rules that everything is what it is, and in your real weakest moments it's not just gonna be giving up on you. Anyways, let's change the topic. Someone asked me a goddamn question because this is depressing. Yes, let's do that. Exactly. Tonight on 97.7 Hits FM, we're playing the Tragically Hip. I also do voices, by the way, because I am out of my freaking mind. Yeah, I keep myself entertained. I do voices sometimes, but let's not get into that. Someone asked something. Let's change the topic. He never did. He didn't come back. I think it's because I ended up blocking like a quarter of his. I blocked like last stream like 7 accounts, and that's how many subscribers I lost. Was about 7 after that stream, but I also gained like 70. Favorite food in the world? Pizza. You can't go wrong with pizza. You can have steak on pizza. You can have pepperoni on pizza. You can have my favorite pizza, which is pepperoni, green peppers, mushrooms, onions, and extra cheese. You suck. I can't really do that voice. And it's not conky, it's clonky. C-L-O-N-K-I-E. Clunky. They shot him in the head. Actually, that's one of the points is one of my best times ever was sitting out in my grandfather's backyard. We had a fire. Also, my best meal ever was the chicken skewer things we made was with him. But we used to, when I left my parents' home, We used to sit in the backyard having pizza together. What you should do is we'll go to live together, Tech. You get yourself a fire, I'll get myself a fire, we'll go live together, we'll do a split screen kind of deal. Actually, my grandfather was a certified badass. Like, he was a bootleg booze in, like, when Prohibition was going on, like, the 30s and 40s, to the States, across Windsor. Because his wife told them to, because they need money for their bloody 6 kids. Been going for a while now. It is, boss. I'm far away from it now. I had to move. It was so hot, my phone stopped charging. Yeah, too bad you're not closer to me. I'd tell you. You know what? You said you're in Mississauga. I don't know when the next one is, but email me. You can come down and we'll have a fire together. I'll bring the hot dogs and sauerkraut. Next time I need sauerkraut. Yeah, that's the problem is I'm not a big drinker, but I've made mead a couple times. I never drank the crap, but I'm actually very interested in home brewing. Kind of like a hobby, not to, get effed up. But things like that really interest me. It's, if you go to my profile, I've got it in my bio. If you go about the channel, it's there. Well, honestly, I wouldn't do moonshine to sell. I do maple syrup. I actually was thinking about that a while, because funny thing you should say moonshine and mead. I get a lot of those when I'm going through YouTube. I get a lot of the guys who make mead pop up in the shorts. What I would like to try is, I've made maple syrup before. I'd like to go take it a step further and do maple sugar. Like really get some real good maple sugar going on. And use that with like what you can find in the wild, like crab apples and a juicer. Juice a bunch of crab apples, pasteurize it, and use maple sugar that you made yourself to sweeten it, so you can get a higher alcohol content and a little bit sweet kind of deal. And do that. That would be fun. Well, I'd like to use it to try to brew, but like that's another reason why I want to go north. Use the tap of sugar maples. Well, I'm another reason why I don't like to drink is the same reason why I won't touch weed. Is my mental faculties. I like to be in the here and the now, and altered mental perception, it bothers me. kind of a long, not a long story, but I was a teenager who didn't screw around when they were teens. And in fact, in this same goddamn area, it's kind of funny that I ended up in this area. Not too far, I'd say maybe a 15, 20-minute walk to the east. I was a dumbass teen, but the one hard drug I did, not even a hard drug, but it's a plant. A friend of mine brought us magic mushrooms, and he said, let's skip class. We'll go down to the area near where I am at, and we'll try them. I agree. So, me being a dumb teenager, I say, yeah, sure, why not? I go down with him. This is my buddy LB. I've told a couple stories about him. Right now, if you know where Millhaven Prison is, that's where he is for the next, like, 7 or 8 years, because he got into, it was either the Paradise Riders or the Hells Angels, one of the two, and he got busted. Still a damn good guy. He got pretty high up there, but we came down to the area, and he had shrooms. It was me, him, another buddy. I think it was John, and both of the Kyles. And we do the shrooms. We eat the shrooms, and we wait for like half an hour. And they're feeling it a little bit, and I'm just sitting there like, the fuck is this shit supposed to do? It's doing nothing for me. So he gives me more. Wait another little bit, and nothing. So he gives me more. And they're starting to really enjoy themselves. They're talking about all the colors and shit. After like the third or fourth dose, it hits me. It hits me like a freight train. And that's why I'll never do shrooms again. That's why I don't fuck with drugs and mental states. So we're sitting down in the area, and I hear something behind me coming. And I didn't realize it at the time, but I was not home upstairs. I was an impressionable minor. You're gonna have to let me off the hook a little bit, but as I said, I was sitting down the area. It's kind of like a pit like this too, because there's another one down to the left, and I hear something rustling in the woods, and I don't know what's going on there. I guess it was a really bad trip, because I'm starting to panic, like, what the fuck is that? What is that? What is that? And I keep hearing it, so I finally look behind me, and out of the bushes walks this gigantic spider. Holy, I will never forget it. But it walks out of the bushes, and it, like, looks at me and starts to run over to me. And when I say a big spider, it's not like fist size. It's like me size. It's like a big fucking spider. It was like, not me size, but like 4 foot tall, and it's charging at me. So I'm scared, and I see the spider running at me. It's like, I start screaming at them, and I remember very clearly that we got to get out of here now. And I start to run, and I'm running, and I'm not a big guy now, but I was really, really athletic. So I start running, and I'm running, and I keep hearing this behind me, and I look behind me, and the spider's chasing me, and I see it behind me running, and I'm running until I get pretty damn far, and, you know, you're sprinting at full speed, and I finally kind of collapse and give out, and I'm on the ground, and the spider catches me, and it gets on top of me, and it keeps moving its head towards mine, moving its head towards 9. And, yeah, so, long story short, it was not a spider. It was someone's lost dog. But, yeah, I had a Labrador, a black lab, on top of me, giving me kisses, and I thought it was a spider trying to eat me. This is why I will not do drugs. Oh, the thing is these things like marijuana, weed, and mushrooms, they're not a bad thing. and everybody experiments. I don't think anything is bad. Like alcohol isn't bad, marijuana's not bad, shrooms aren't bad, cocaine is debatable, but I don't think they're bad. They have their purpose. If you look at the guy, there's a video on YouTube you should look up of a person with severe Parkinson's disease where they give CBD to their weed. And he can't keep his hands stable and he can barely walk. And he takes that and all of a sudden he can walk again. His hands are stable. I think things like that have a purpose. I don't know what Gencom is. Yeah, no, it's one of the reasons why I'm not a hardcore addict, that and my parents, but I gotta stop that fire. Dude, you don't even need cow shit for that. You can walk down to the forest, bring your phone with you that can identify mushrooms, and you can find psychedelic mushrooms everywhere. You're back! Like, again, I don't think these things are a bad thing. If you want to do whatever you want to do it. But I also believe you got to have a little bit of moderation. I don't think I joined any Discords. I have my own Discord. So you're the freak show. If you're talking to me, I've got an email address on my YouTube bio. You'd have to go about the channel. Email me. And we can talk. I don't know what you need. But yeah, we can talk if you want to do something on YouTube. I'm more for it. I'm definitely for it. I've had a few people say, let's collab, but they backed out. Like, there's a really good guy. You should look him up. Like me, homeless vagabond. His name is Hydro Vlogs. HYDROVLOGS. And he's been set up for, he got himself set up sweet. Check him out. He's a great guy. He's a very positive person. You can see he's a little bit, you know, out there. But you can feel that he is a genuine good person. And there's a few people that I hate, like the Northwest Wind. I hate him with a passion because he's a fake. And there's another guy, N in my country. God, he sucks. He uploads less than a minute long form video every day. And a few of his points are okay, but he's a bit of a... I don't like him. I have my own Discord. I made a Discord. Again, in the bio. Nobody joined. I actually have a separate Discord as well for a few people like who are true vagabonds, like Hydro's on there. There's a guy you should look up right now. His name is I am Sham the Man. IAMSHAMTHEMAN. He travels all across the states. He's a really great guy. He's on my Discord. He visits abandoned buildings a lot. And last time I checked in with him, he was got a job in Nevada part-time, but he just hit the road about a month ago, so she'll be uploading again soon. Yo, the Freak Show, seriously, email me and we'll talk. The best way to get in touch with me, the fastest way is either via Reddit, send me a DM, also extra cheesy broccoli. That's also my favorite dish. Or email me at r1988bonbon@gmail.com. Oh, it's better to email because I don't care for Discord. I haven't been able to wrap my head around it. All this technology kind of messes with me. I'm surprised I managed to figure out Reddit. You can start to see my breath. It's getting chilly. No, Tech is... Yeah, I put him on timeout. He was just doing too much. Yeah, I get he got his opinions, and he's right. I'm wrong, no matter what. No matter what I tell him, no matter what I say is, he's right, I'm wrong. I should go to Hamilton, even though I have to be in Toronto. I should do X, Y, Z, even though I can't take a job in construction because it'll screw over my disability. And, oh, I should do it, and I have to get on the disability because in like 20 years' time, I'm not going to be able to fucking walk. I'm going to be in a damn wheelchair. What's the Don Valley Rocket? It's definitely not me. 100% not me. There's a few people. I got the one band who was taking my videos and claiming to be me on TikTok. I got a few people because he tried to scam a few people out of money. I don't ask for money. I will never do that. I'm just happy with having people to chill with in front of a fire. I'll starve to death before I beg. But there's a few people who've been taking my videos, putting them on TikTok, claiming to be me to try to scam people. So be aware of that. But I also think it's a good thing that you're going to be successful when people want to, take you to try to pretend to be you. It's, imitation is the most sincere form of flattery. And but I'm flattered. But no, it wasn't me. That guy was just being a dick. That's why he got put on timeout. I'm still surprised Say Fat Guy isn't here, but I remember I blocked all of but one of his accounts. Because I can, that's just why. He's back. Yeah, well, I won't do it again. I might. I haven't decided yet. There's another person that can block here, too. I made someone a mod. I don't think he's here anymore, but, yeah. No, Tech, I am... As I was saying, email me. I shouldn't have done it. I'm cool with you. As I said, email me, because you're not too far away. And we're far enough away from my camp. I'm okay with us meeting up and having a fire and just chilling. And, again, I'll bring the hot dogs. I don't like TikTok. YouTube is enough for me, but TikTok, I don't like the fact that it has so much spyware built into it that it promotes the worst of society. If you look at TikTok in China versus here, versus the Americas, the West, here they promote girls twerking. In other countries, like, you know, in China specifically, they promote the best of their country. I don't like the fact that they do that, and I will not. I have my morals. I will not support a company that is fundamentally morally bankrupt. No, I didn't say it was you, but I'm saying there's another person who can. It was me. I don't remember why I did, but I did. I'm cool with anybody, even though you could call me an asshole. I'd still be cool with you. I try not to block anybody. I've blocked a total of... Well, I'm not counting the Say Fat guy because he's an asshole. I blocked him, but I blocked a total of 2 people. One guy was commenting on everything I posted, saying, calling me an a-hole. And I haven't even blocked the guys who get automatically censored to tell me to go kill myself or jump off a bridge or call me horrible things like the P word or the R word. I won't touch Temu either. They install spyware on your stuff the second you use them. Anything that is that cheap can't be good. Hell, I don't even like using Amazon. I don't even like using this phone I got. I start talking about, you know, mental health, and all of a sudden I'm getting advertisements for nothing but better health. Or I say, I could use a new pair of shoes. Nike, nothing but that. Yeah, I was hoping for some trolling tonight. I got nothing. It's just a disappointment. Yeah, Aaron is the most OG person here. Actually, there's another guy, I forget his name. He comes on, he hasn't been on live tonight, but I said he looks like Jesus. He is like my 4th subscriber. He is an interesting dude. He works for, he does 3D printing for a living. He works for a company that does nothing but 3D printing. See, I remember what you guys tell me about you guys. Like, Christina, I know you live in a van. Stone, I know you're probably... Are you still in Starbucks right now? Oh, what you looking for? Actually, dude, I swear, Stoned, when I get my place, hopefully it's by when I hope it is, you're coming up. You're going to cross the damn border in your car when you get it. You're going to come up here and you're going to stay at the place I get for a couple months. You have no choice in the matter. And yeah, no, that's the plan. Like, once I got the ODSP or get some money, I'm going to buy that cheap property, $500. Gonna get myself one of those little pop-up houses, and I will put up a couple cottages. I like to get like 4 itty-bitty cottages, enough places, enough size, big enough for a bed, something to sleep in. Get 4 or 5 of them, so because I want to get, if I get 100,000 subs, I want to have an open invite to anybody who wants to come up to the property and just chill. And it's an open invite to every single person there here. As long as you're not fucking up the place. Just to chill. Do big fires. I really want to get more into bushcrafting. I would love to build some stuff. But, you know, currently where I am is not quite possible. Well, yeah, it's possible to do Airbnb. I don't think many people want to go that far up north. And I gotta move some wood on the fire. Just a second. I gotta pull pants because I'm a fat guy and they're falling off. Yeah, no, like, I think that'll be really good because, like, as I was saying earlier, when you get to the monetization point, YouTube automatically pumps all your older stuff out. And typically when I put out a video, I always get 20 to 30 subs. If I was to start pumping out more, or not even do that, if my old stuff got pushed to a larger audience, typically you grow when you get monetized right away 5 to 10 times what you first started with. If I had an income from this and I had that property, I wouldn't do Airbnb. It wouldn't be about the money because I'd have this thing. I would do fires like this and live streaming and videos from that property. And whoever wanted to come up to chill, like you guys, it'd be an open offer to any single person who is sub to this to come and send me an email, and you could stay there for a month, maybe 2, and just come have a fire with me and enjoy life. That would be amazing. Exactly. And this, I don't like all this fake stuff on the internet. I don't like all when I see something fake on YouTube, I instantly see this as fake, this is bullshit. I hate it. But something like that, I think would resonate with people because it's real and it's genuine contact, genuine human interaction. And like a fire like this, let's say I had 4 small cabins that I built myself that are people staying in, and we've got 4 people, including plus me, 5 people around a fire, just shooting the shit, doing a live stream from up high, watching a fire, talking, interacting with people online. I think that would do really well. And then I think the videos that you get just hanging out with people out there and bushcrafting and enjoying life would be its own economy, so you could do even more and really get out there and be happy. Show what real happiness is. Yeah, y'all Americans don't know what it's disgusting how much we pay, yo. No, I think it'd be great. Like, hell, you and your partner could come up, Christina, you could come up to the place. There's a road going right to it. Park your van there, come up to Canada with your good American dollars, because that goes a lot further than that, and just chill and go fishing. Yeah, dude, if you come up to that area, I'm not a. Wait until summer after the heat is in and it's been a really humid summer. I'll take you through a walk to the forest and I will show you where all the shrooms grow. I wish we could have guns here too. Yeah, you definitely would. You're never going to get a gun across the border. If you try, you're going to lose it. I still... I don't like altered mental perception. I like to think I'm not my father, I'm not my mother, I'm not them. I like to think I'm well-spoken and cognitively present. Please do. I want to know more about you, honey ho. Honey, honey ho. Oh, fuck. Oh, there's the cops. Shit. Shit. Yeah, I've done nothing wrong, but the fucking cops are the worst. Fucking here they come. Here they come. Shit. 100% a cop car. Oh, I got you guys on live stream, so when they beat the shit out of me, come protect me. The last interaction I had with a cop was I was walking from a job interview and they decided they were going to stop me no matter what. I tried to record, they threw it out of my hand, and they had me on the ground in cuffs. Wet, frozen, snowy ground. Just keep your fingers crossed they don't come this way. No, they just got out of their car. They just parked and got out. Yeah, cops bloody well suck. No matter where you are. And don't trust a cop. That's the point. Just a sec. You might blink out for a second, though. I'm going to text someone I know who's in the area. I'm going to try to split screen this. Give me a second. It'll be nice to have this live stream going. Give me a nice big lawsuit. Yeah. I don't think they're gonna come this way. They're probably going towards the old timer's place. They're not walking this way. They're walking that way. And I'm going to put the last of my wood on the fire and see where it takes me. Never mind, still got some left. Dude, I'm just having a fire. I don't even have my stuff with me. All my stuff is back at camp. Ain't no sketch going on here. Except for the corpse I buried about an hour ago. I mean, what? Canadian police treat their citizens just like the Americans do. Just worse because they get away with it more. I don't have much respect for Canadian police. The worst part is, the first police interaction I ever had was out here. Walking from a shitty gas. They never paid me either, but gas station thing. Walking home from that, a gas station. They stopped me, forced me on the ground, threw all my belongings out of my bag, and left it all there. Oh, good for you, Frankie. So, yeah. Look up the YouTuber Frankie McDonald. I talk to him a lot. He's kind of big. Like 400,000 subs, but he's a really good guy. He is mentally handicapped, I guess. And all he does, he wanted to be a weather reporter. I thought he was so wholesome. I DM'd him and then he emailed me and he just texted me saying, "You're not in Saskatchewan, right? Because there's a major snowstorm coming." I was like, "No, bud, I'm in Toronto." And but just that's just so sweet. I've got a little bit of water in a bucket right behind me. When this is burnt down and gone, when I do finally use the last of my wood, I either sit here till all the embers are gone and then douse what's left, or I just douse everything. I go down to I'm like 2 steps from the river to grab some water and douse it. Yeah, he is a great guy. We talk a lot via email. Once you do a little bit of talking to people, emailing and talking, he is a great guy. Subscribe to Frankie McDonald. His channel he is such a sweet person. You can tell he is, he freely admit he is very slow, but he's a sweet person. Subscribe to him. Great guy. Yeah, but dirt doesn't put out the coals. If you put dirt down, the embers can still be there for like days. I put everything out. I will go down and grab a bucket of water, douse it, go down and grab another bucket, douse it, grab another bucket, douse it until there's nothing left. Where I am, I'm allowed to have a fire. And thank you, Aaron. I don't have a better word for it, man. I didn't have a better word for it at the exact moment. But you can see he's got his issues, but he is such a sweet person. Definitely subscribe to him. If you have to, if you're going to subscribe to one more person, subscribe to him and get rid of me. Look, I come from an old time. I don't. I try to pick the words carefully because I don't want to hurt anybody, but it's what I got. I don't know who that is, but I will. Oh, again, the freak show, you definitely got to message me and we can get something going. I do want to do something with somebody. Like, there was a couple people who were interested and they never followed through. There was a person who wanted to do some animated for me, and he's like, okay, cool, just shout me out, we'll get it going, and we can do something together. And second I did, he got a few subscribers and then dipped out. I have no idea what a lolcow is. I'm old. I'm in my 30s. I do not know what this Gen Z lingo means. Can you explain what you mean? Because I have no damn clue. He is, no, dude, Frankie is such a sweet human being. You are a horrible person if you do not subscribe to Frankie. You can see he is doing what he's always wanted to do, and that is just report the weather. And that makes me so happy. It's gonna rain soon. It's starting to pick up. I should. Okay, now I am gonna get the fire big and cranking and finish the wood I got off. That's it. That's everything. Nothing left to put in. Now let's watch this burn to... Ooh! Gotta fix that. Let's move a little bit closer. Cold again. I got no funny memories, man. The only funny memory I got is when I met the old 80-year-old bastard that's not too far from here, Keith. We talked for a bit, and he was joking around. He's like, you know, I'm 80 years old. I don't give a fuck. I drink, and if there's a little bit of meth, I'll do that too. That is my funniest memory. But when you're 80 years old, who gives a shit? I'm just trying to grab the little scraps. I understand, freak. I get you. I'm just trying to... Give me a second. I'm trying to pick up all the little scraps left behind. Well, I don't know if I want you to cover me now, like... If you're covering D-bags, I don't want to be a D-bag. Mind you, if it would help me grow, I could go out and shank a couple people if you'd like. The guy who was at my tent with a knife is my scariest memory. That scared the crap out of me. Like, second week in. Fuck, that was scary. No, don't worry, I can. All I gotta do is go hide in the bushes until like 6 a.m. till a jogger comes by, grab him, shank, shank, shank. No one will ever know that you can really cover me. My sense of humor is dark. I know this. Actually, this funny story is, I know a lot of dark stuff. There was a killer in this area. We're talking back in 1980s. Well, Toronto was still known as Toronto. I'm going to grab the rest of the stuff out. I can see that. Toronto used to be known as Toronto the Good. Not so much anymore, but 1980s. So, back when Toronto was still known as Toronto the Good, we In this area that I'm in right now, a girl went missing. This is back when DNA was first started, so I think in the 90s even. A little girl went missing. She was like all of 10 years old. She came down to this area by herself. They ended up arresting the guy who found her. He did it. He killed her. What got him was his DNA was on her, in her. So the cops asked the guy, "How did this happen?" And he said, "I just saw her there, and I was curious, so I touched myself, and I touched her. That's how my semen got in her, officer." Look, dude, Google some of the scary stuff in Toronto. You'll never, ever need to know. You should cover a guy, if you're going to cover someone, look up a guy named David Bagshaw, spelled exactly how it sounds. Bagshaw. I knew the guy in high school. Just look him up. Well, I'm already big and hairy. I don't know how far to go to be Sam Squinch. He's a man they call Ruffian. Look, he's not active. He got caught, but I'll tell you this. It's worth covering. 2008, David Bagshaw. Went to high school with the guy. Graduated in 2007, so yeah, it doesn't matter. His girlfriend texted him like 100,000 times to convince him to stab a girl to death. Because he briefly dated her for like 2 weeks and she was jealous. He was 18 and the girl he stabbed to death was 14. And if that's not... it's a real fucked up story and not enough people actually talk about it. Welcome, Drew. How you doing? Actually, you missed a lot of it because I've got nothing left and I'm not getting any more tonight. We've been going for 6 hours. Ish. Seriously, dude, you should cover... No one has covered him on YouTube. Ever. You got to do that, man. You might not find much on him, but look up Melissa Todorovic. When you find out the girl's name from David Bagshaw. I can't pronounce that last name. But 2020, right start of COVID, she got out of prison. She convinced her, again, she's the one that convinced her boyfriend to kill a small kid. So she got out of prison on parole because she completed a bunch of courses in 2020. It's quite a long time. That's not the fucked up part that she got out, which it is the fucked up part, but it's not just the fucked up part. She got out of prison, they put her in a halfway house. Now, part of her conditional probation was she has to report any relationships to her officer. She did not. Not only did she not report it, but she got into a relationship with 2 people that she wasn't supposed to. 2 people. Criminals. Who were also in halfway houses. And not to mention, what she did in the past was try to convince her boyfriend to kill someone, which she did. She tried to do it again with 2 people. 2 different men that she was screwing with that were criminals. She's another one worth looking up. Oh, dude. Yeah, that was a long night. You angry son. I know. That was a fucking long night. I was chilling in my tent, and some kids decided to fuck with me all night. Someone was outside of my tent. I made some tripwires, and the can started rattling. And yeah, it got worse from there. They started throwing beer cans at my tent and chasing me around. That was a fucking long night. And in the morning, I went up to the street level and bumped into my buddy Simone, 70-year-old guy that I actually did a semi-interview with. He'd been in he disappeared for like a month. He'd been in the hospital because some asshole saw him, beat the shit out of him, and robbed him. Yeah. So you're talking about the people who I really don't get that, man. I do not understand. Cannot comprehend. Oh. Who else? I honestly just, if it's just random internet drama and people being shits, I will never understand because I'm not into that stuff. Like internet drama, I don't care. Except for a little bit of drama. It's there's a YouTuber named Oz Media and Illuminati. I'm all for that drama because I've been an Oz Media fan for a long time. The guy is genuinely funny. But you should look into that one maybe because she's a waffle. Then it would work. It would work. She absolutely nuts. She tried to ruin the click. He's a memeologist. She did ruin Oz Media. She scammed him out of like $300,000. Just look it up. It might work well for you. Oh, so you're talking about me. Pants on the head's nut. Well, I wouldn't say pants on the head. I would say my nuts on my head because I got some big nuts. Again, I will never understand that. Oh, fuck, I think I know what you're talking about. Just plain nuts. Are you talking about, Sonichu? The guy who made Sonichu? Who, batshit crazy, raped his 80-year-old mother, went to prison, and made this whole anime about Sonic Pikachu kind of deal, about him sleeping with Sonic Pikachu, and was big on YouTube for a bit, and then he, went to prison for his mom. He's out of prison now. He's back posting on YouTube. I've got a bit of a morbid curiosity about that kind of crap. Not into it, but you know, I cannot comprehend madness like that. Well, guys, there's not much left to burn. Everything is embers. And it's starting to rain. I can hear it. It's time for me to put that out. Email me. It's on my bio. But for now, I'm going to call it quits before it starts to rain. And I don't want to have to walk back in the rain. It's been fun talking with you. Been fun with all you guys. You guys take care. I'm ending the stream in 10 seconds. 10 seconds exactly. Good night. 3 seconds. 2, 1.